my friends. This is an early one for us. Thank you for coming to spend your Monday, April 29th, 2024 with me. We're going to be watching the Karen Read trial today, and we have been covering this case for so long that, I mean, it's been since January, but it feels like so much longer than that, doesn't it? It's a beautiful day here in New York, and welcome, Maureen, to membership, to becoming a cupcake. Not a cupcake. I can't make everyone happy. It's become sort of a slogan for the channel. How is everyone feeling today? I smell something in the air. I smell something in the air, and I don't know, it kind of smells like justice to me. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. It'll be interesting to see. Let's go Rangers. Was that a great sweep? Diane Marie, sweep. We swept the Caps 4 games in a row. Moving on to round 2 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. For my hockey friends in the chat, welcome. What a weekend it has been. Hi, Erin. I'm so glad that you're here. She says, I'm so glad you're covering this live. Really looking forward to spending time here. Me too. Me too. I love being here with you guys. I love Calla Lily. Look at that. I live in Massachusetts, and you told me about it first, Melanie. That's interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, Vinny is there. Vinny is in Norfolk. MD says Vinny Politan, and Inside Edition just did interviews with people there. Yep. Tom CPU is there. Go Bruins. Go Bruins. Did you guys you have one more game to win? Or I don't even, sorry, I can't keep up with all the series and the news at the same time. I don't know. Rescue diver just started a 24-hour shift and you're tired. What do you do? Are you a firefighter? Somebody that works at 24? A rescue diver? Jolly John, good morning. He says, good morning, cupcakes. I was just watching Melanie's live from Friday to get caught up, ready for opening statements. I'm ready too. We've been waiting for this for a long time. There's not enough coffee in the world this morning. There's just not enough coffee in the world, is there? I know that. Thank you for subbing, Sean. We appreciate that. It helps the channel. It helps push out the algorithm. The more engagement, the better, even if it's hate engagement. Any of you who have come to me, thank you, Wildflower, for becoming a member. That is amazing. And Kiana Marie, that is amazing as well. Thank you for becoming a member too. Any of you that are here because you learned about me from a hate watcher who's made a nasty video about me lately or spoken or who's trashed me on another channel, welcome. Wave in the chat if you came here from someone who's trashed me, because they are out in full force. They are out in full force, my friends. It is nothing like I have ever seen. I am being personally trashed and trolled for talking about this case, for looking at the evidence with you, for reading to you from court documents. And this is, it's revolting. It's revolting. And, you know, based on what I've been going through, a lot of you have seen it. You've all sent it to me. That's how I found out about it. I can't even imagine what Karen Read has been going through for the past 2.5 years. I can't even imagine. But it's starting today, and justice is coming. And I really, really believe it. I really believe it firmly. There is going to be some things that I think we're going to hear about that, you know, for the general public who has not really been following this trial, and I think there are a lot of those people as well, they're going to be perhaps blown away by what we've learned about the investigation of this murder of a Boston police officer. They are going to be blown away by how the investigation was handled, by the lack of even just due care that this investigation of a Boston police officer's death received from the minute they found his body on the front lawn of 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. And obviously, if they're coming for me, they're trying to shut me up because I'm being effective in exposing what we have all been watching through court documents and pleadings and hearings in this case. And look, if they want to redirect their attention to me. I mean, what does that say to you? What does that say to you? We're living in a disgusting, disgusting world. And that's it. Kelly, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Absolutely. Kimco, absolutely. Can you be open to hearing all the evidence and then make a decision? Also, can you welcome other opinions? Sure. Absolutely. You can absolutely voice your views, your questions, your thoughts, your concerns, as long as it's done in a respectful way. The problem is that there are a lot of trolls who come in here and want to personally attack and spread negativity. And I know that because I've been personally attacked all weekend. So look, it's gross. It's gross. It's happening. So yeah, absolutely. Kimco, if you're new to the case and you want to hear the evidence, please, I can't slow down the chat, Veronica. Sorry. If you need to slow down the chat, just pause on it with your finger and it will pause for you. Katie, Carla, wait a second. Maureen, thank you so much for the Cash App. And Carla, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You've been incredibly supportive during the coverage of this case. And I appreciate you so much. I really do. I've got the feed up here, so we'll start when it starts. But I think we're going to watch on Boston 10. I think that is the way to do it. DeAndre, yeah, I'm trying to ignore the noise, but when they start coming for my children and my family, that's when I have to do something about it. And that's what's been going on. So yeah, I'm not on social media. I'm not on Twitter. This is all going on Twitter. They're coming for they're threatening my family, and it's horrific. It is absolutely horrific. And it's you can't even believe it. You can't even make it up that adults could be so toxic and so imagine what our kids go through on social media. It's insane. Kiko, good morning. When I learned about you, I was overjoyed finding someone with a law degree that has a moral compass to see this is ridiculous on all levels. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for your compliment. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, Jay Mansfield, it has been horrible. They are rampant. They're rampant. Thank you, Katie K, for having my back. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm brilliant. Ignore childish attacks. Yeah, I know. And I try. But when you're posting pictures on Twitter of that you had one of your trolls locate from one of my daughter's Instagram and telling everyone where she is, I got a real problem with that. And all of you should have a problem with that too, because there are no boundaries for these people. There are no boundaries. Twidiots are forever relegated to the ash heap of irrelevance, right? Right. And what did Socrates say again? James Lynch, FBI says Officer John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Yes, we know. That's what they say. And hopefully those accident reconstructionists are going to be testifying, and a lot of stuff is going to come out that the general public has not heard, they don't know about. And it's going to be interesting to see reactions from people who have not been following this case. Thank you, Becca, who says loves me, and thanks for fighting the good fight. Just trying. And when I see other women who are professional or claim to be professional tearing down other professional women in public forums, that's just, it's gross. When they're commenting on Karen's wardrobe instead of commenting on the lack of facts in this case, pointing to the fact that he was hit by a car, it becomes something that is really unlike anything that I've ever seen. Yeah, Camille, OMG, she's wearing a skirt, y'all. The nerve. And she wore pantsuits the entire time. She wore a skirt one day, and she's being publicly vilified by someone who calls herself an expert who allegedly once worked for the FBI. So this is what we're in for, my friends. And I can imagine that it's only going to be getting worse as this goes on. So yeah, hit that like button, you guys. It pushes the stream out. Beach life, please. We are outraged. There is actually some new emojis for my members that I put up. Use them. Enjoy them. Sure. Melody, you want to do a recap of this case before getting started? Absolutely. Okay, here are the uncontested facts, and there are not many of them. The uncontested facts. On the evening of January 28th of 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe and his girlfriend of about 2 years, Karen Reed, who is a very successful, highly educated financial analyst and was also a professor at a college, I believe, went out for drinks in the town of Canton, Massachusetts, met up with some friends. They were at 2 bars. The first bar was C.F. McCarthy's, and the second bar is the Waterfall Bar in Canton. After the Waterfall Bar, the couple was invited to go back to an after party at the home of Boston police officer Brian Albert and his wife Nicole Albert at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. They didn't know where this house was, so there is going to be a lot of forensic evidence between Officer John O'Keefe and a woman named Jen McCabe, who is the sister of Nicole Albert, who owns the home where this party was. So they didn't know where the house was. She's guiding them to the house, and they go to 34 Fairview. Karen says she dropped John off at that party. She didn't want to go. She wasn't feeling well. She has a plethora of medical problems and conditions, including MS. She has undergone, I don't know how many surgeries, at least 10 surgeries from the time she was 25 years old, which resulted in the removal of her colon. She, in addition to the MS and the colon issues, I think suffers from Crohn's and a few other disorders. She did not really know these people. She didn't want to go there. So she says she dropped him off. It was lightly snowing at the time. And she went back to his house in Canton, which is not far away, 1 Meadows Ave. When she woke up in the morning, she was freaking out because John has never not come home, because John had adopted, or he was the guardian of, his niece and nephew, who were, I believe at the time, correct me guys if I'm wrong on this, maybe 10 and 13. And John's sister had passed away tragically. And then shortly after John's sister passed away, her husband passed away. So John took these children in, and he had been raising them for 8 years. They called him Uncle JJ, which is why you see buttons, or used to see buttons before they were banned, that said Justice for JJ on them. She wakes up a little before 5 a.m. He's not home. She starts freaking out and she starts making phone calls. And one of the people that she tries to call is Jen McCabe, but she doesn't know Jen McCabe's number because they weren't friends. So she wakes up the niece and she says, "Can you call Jen McCabe, because Uncle JJ didn't come home." And so the niece calls Jen McCabe, and Jen McCabe tells Karen to go to her house, and they would go look for John. So Karen leaves the house at 1 Meadows, and while she's leaving, she drives a big black Lexus SUV. There is video footage of this that many of you may have seen. She's backing out of the garage, and she comes into contact with, it's in dispute whether she came into contact with, but it looks like she's backing up and she comes into contact with John's car that is in the driveway. Her allegation is, or the defense allegation is, that when she did that, and you can decide for yourself when you see the video, she cracked her taillight. She then goes to Jen McCabe's house. Jen McCabe says to her, "Let's go back to John's house and see if he's there." So they go back to John's house. At some point, they are met up by a girl named Carrie Roberts, who is a childhood friend of John's. They went to the prom together. It's disputed. There's differing witness accounts of whether Carrie Roberts met them at Jen McCabe's house or at John's house. But in any event, Carrie's with them. Karen's hysterical. All 3 of them get into Carrie Roberts' car and drive back to 34 Fairview. When they get there, Karen is sitting in the back seat, passenger side. She immediately sees his body on the lawn and starts screaming bloody murder. She jumps out of the car. She runs to his body, and she starts performing mouth to mouth, I think, and CPR. At that point, Jen McCabe calls 911 at about 6:04 a.m. and says, "There's a man passed out in the snow." And from that point, everything else is in dispute. But we've gone over all of the investigative reports, the police reports. The Canton PD is the first the first organization or the first police department to arrive on scene. They are conflicted out of this case because Brian Albert, who owns the home at 34 Fairview, his brother, Kevin, at the time, was a Canton police officer. So the Canton PD is conflicted out. Officer John O'Keefe's body is transported to Good Samaritan Medical Center, where he is pronounced dead at around 7:50 a.m. And the Massachusetts State Police becomes involved in the investigation, and they start searching the scene about 12 hours later, around 6 p.m. And by this time, another 10 to 20 inches of snow has fallen. There are a lot of questions about evidence collection. There are a lot of questions about when the evidence was collected, how it was collected. And that's all going to become an issue in this trial, and you're going to hear about it. On February 2nd of 2022, Karen was arraigned in Stoughton District Court. It was either the first or the second. And we have gone over on this channel that media immediately started reporting that law enforcement sources told them that they had Ring camera footage of the incident. So many people who first heard about this story said, oh, there's Ring camera footage of this happening. This woman, they're saying, backed into her police officer boyfriend when she was drunk and left him to die in the snow. Wow, that's crazy. But there's video, so I guess she's guilty. That video has never surfaced. It doesn't exist. On that day, there will also be text messages that same day that she was in court for her arraignment. There will be text messages from a woman named Julie Albert, who is texting the lead troopers, Trooper Proctor. He's the Massachusetts State Police lead investigator on this case, who's currently under internal affairs investigation with regard to this case and its investigation. So Julie Albert, who is the wife of Brian Albert's brother, and they also have a son, sends a message to Trooper Proctor's sister and says, tell your brother when all of this is over, I want to send him a thank you gift. It's true. It happened. It's going to come into evidence. Trooper Proctor sends his sister a text message back and says, don't tell her not to send a gift to me. Tell her to send a gift to my wife. So there's a lot of things that are going to come up here. The defense theory is that John O'Keefe got out of her car, went into the house, and something happened that caused him to be beaten and then left outside for dead. There are Google searches, something like there's a 2:27 a.m. Google search, allegedly, from Jen McCabe's phone that says inquiring how long it takes to die in the cold. They're going to contest the time of that search. And there are a lot of things in this case that for a lot of people just don't add up, including the injuries and whether the injuries can support the fact of the Commonwealth's theory that Officer John O'Keefe was in fact hit by a car. And so there you go, kind of in a nutshell. But in June of 2022, the Commonwealth, which is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, so in most cases we call it the state prosecution, but in Massachusetts, they call themselves the Commonwealth. Commonwealth decided to double down and upgrade their charges from vehicular manslaughter to second-degree murder in June of 2022. And Karen Reed was then indicted on those charges by a state grand jury and is now on trial for second-degree murder, which I believe could get her life in prison if she's convicted. That indictment, by the way, moved the case from Stoughton District Court to Norfolk Superior Court, where it currently sits with a judge named Judge Beverly Cannoni, who has been on this case pretty much since the beginning. Judge Cannoni at one point has been transferred to civil court, but she decided to keep this criminal case. A lot of people have strong feelings about the judge and her rulings. I think many of her rulings have been fair, and I think several of her rulings have been questionable. But it's like that in every single criminal trial that's covered. There are always going to be things that are beneficial to both sides, prosecution and the defense. Justice is coming, says Dawn. Justice is coming. Hello, Kirsten. Good morning. Mr. Keefe's injuries are from dog bites, in my opinion. A lot of people are poo-pooing that theory, but we looked at the photos. We had a dog bite expert on this channel, and a lot of people seem to think that is hogwash, but we're going to see what the jury thinks. We're going to see what the evidence is that comes in. And it's just, this is really kind of crazy. And I think the reason, yes, cameras are in the courtroom and we are going to be live streaming it. One camera is allowed in. I heard some rumblings this morning that they may have moved this because originally on Friday, I think it was, or what day was it that we last covered this, or that they were last in court? On Friday, they agreed to move this to a smaller courtroom, courtroom 25, which is very, very small and only has enough room for family of both sides and 10 press passes per day, which are given out on a first come, first serve basis. And it was my understanding the media was going to have to standing room only for the media. So I heard some rumblings this morning that they might have been moving it to a different courtroom, courtroom 3. And we're going to see. Hogwash is such a great word. Yeah. Thank you, Michelle, so much. I'm just trying to be fair. Not alleged, fact. Federal investigation confirmed the Google search at 2:27 a.m. Husky Lover says, so Karen went over, then went back to John's house with Jen McCabe, at Jen McCabe's suggestion, then went back, the body magically appeared. This is crazy. Yes. And there's going to be a plow driver that's going to come in and testify. His name's Lucky Lochran. And the defense found him, or the feds found him, after the prosecution gave the defense the wrong information about the plow company that was plowing the roads that night, because it turned into be a nor'easter. It wasn't a nor'easter when Officer O'Keefe's body was found at 6 a.m. There was only about 2 inches of snow at that time. But the plow driver has given a statement, and I believe he testified in front of the grand jury as well, that he drove by around 2:30 and there was no body on that lawn. And he specifically has to watch out for the fire hydrant and something else on that lawn. And he's been plowing that street for a couple of years, so he knows. Then he also testified in front of the federal grand jury or gave a statement to the effect of, I went back to plow Fairview again at around what time? 3 or 4 a.m. And I couldn't plow because there was a Ford Edge parked in front of the property and I didn't want to plow the guy in. So I just went by and I didn't plow the street at that time. So it is going to be interesting. Kirsten says, snowplow driver has great testimony. This is going to be like nothing you've ever seen. To call this case divisive is putting it about as mildly as it can get. This is more divisive, I think, in my opinion, than the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, which wasn't even a criminal case. That was a civil case. Feminine, thank you so much for loving my Dave Matthews Band earrings. Yep. Thank you for the super chat. If you know, you know. Thanks, Aunt BB, my first member ever. She says, we're here because we love you, Melanie. Thank you. That means a lot. Right, I've got Boston 10 says they're coming on at 9:55. I'm refreshing the page. It's on YouTube, so I'm waiting to put it up for you. Waiting. I know you have a lot of choices of where to watch this stream, and so I'm very grateful that you choose to watch it with me. So very grateful. Just gonna put this up here for a second and then remove it so we can have it ready to go. But obviously I need to close the chat on that feed because the chat in many other places can be very toxic and vitriolic. Thank you, Aunt BB. And thank you, Britt Bottoms. And thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Gail Pett and Elise and Elf. Oh, and Elf for becoming members. And Elf gifted a membership. Thank you so much. On top, thank you for your super sticker. Charlie Lynn, thanks for gifting a membership. Husky Lover 148, you are so very generous. Thank you so much for your $50 super sticker. I appreciate you. This has been a labor of love, this coverage. because sometimes I feel like I'm out here on an island by myself. Sim, thank you for becoming a member. And Emmy, thank you for becoming a member for your $10 super chat. Since you think in lyrics, here's a Taylor Swift lyric for you. People throw rocks at things that shine. Oh, I love that. And thinking of Taylor Swift too, it's like haters gonna hate, hate. Okay, they're coming on now, but they've got a commercial running right now. The Twitter creeps are intimidated by how much you shine. We've got your back. Thank you. No, I think they're afraid. I think they're afraid that there could be some serious repercussions for some of their friends. I don't know. Iowa girl, thanks for being a member. I love you guys. Spin the dog. Thank you for your $10 super chat. I'm so emotional. This could be any of us. I'm from Canton. Know the culprits. They are ruthless. Third party culprits, let's say. Alleged. They're ruthless, viral people. People who killed J.O. need to go to prison. Love from one strong woman to another. Thank you. Thank you for that. It's been rough. It's been rough out here. I know all of you have seen it. You've seen it. Monique, thanks for your super sticker from Canada. And Nikki, thanks for becoming a member. You guys are awesome. So I know they are not allowed to even put the cameras on until the judge takes the bench. So we may have to wait for the judge to take the bench. And that may be why there's a little bit of a delay right now. But I hope that I gave you a breakdown of the case that is impartial, at least for the facts part of it. But we know a lot because we've been through all of the investigative reports and the court documents and the motions and all the pleadings and everything that was attached to the pleadings and all the unimpounded motions, the motion to recuse the judge, the motion to have the DA taken off this case for conflict, the motion to dismiss the indictments based on the defense's position that the state grand jury was lied to about the personal relationships between Michael Proctor and the Albert family, the personal relationships between Sergeant Lank and the Albert family. And then we learned from the testimony in the grand jury, which is all public information and in court documents, that Trooper Michael Proctor testified in front of the federal grand jury that he did lie to the state grand jury about his close personal ties to the Albert family. Lizzie Dalton, thank you so much for your $20 super chat. You're on the island of truth and justice, Melanie. Sometimes, Lizzie, I really feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, hence all the Twilight Zone emojis that you may see running through the chat. Carla from Massachusetts, thank you so much. Says, we love you here in Massachusetts. Miss Melanie, thank you for covering this. Justice is coming. I think we're all hoping. It's this is insane, you guys. This is really insane. And if there's anyone in the chat who doesn't know anything about this case, put in something in the chat give me a 1 in the chat if you don't know anything about this case and you are coming in fresh. Mrs. Krampus, thank you so much for your super sticker. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Kelly Garland, thank you so much for your super sticker. Line, they copyright strike. Is it through YouTube though? Or is it okay, they're live, but they've really gotten up. They're not supposed to be because let's switch to this tab. Well, at least the sound is off. Okay, so let's do this. And we will switch over when Boston 10 comes on, but we will point out this the woman in the green and white shirt right here is Officer John O'Keefe's mother. This is Karen Reed. And there is no sound, so you're not missing anything. There were some very strict rules about the media. They're only allowed to have one pool camera. Kirsten, I don't know if they're doing their motion sidebar. Thank you, Clary, for your $10 super sticker. I appreciate you. This feed has no sound yet. They're not allowed to turn the sound on. Hello, Team Brittany. Says if he pulled away, a normal response, the arm would appear with those types of wounds, regardless if bottom teeth engaged. That must be about the dog bites. Judge just went back to chambers. She forgot something. Thanks, Anna. Shut up, Chrissy says, I want to see this new courtroom. I'm going to have a lot of tabs open, so hopefully this is not going to lag. Patty says, stay strong, Erin. Hi, Suzanne. Good morning. All motions and objections are to be sidebar, right? And the sound will be turned off. So we will not hear those. Siggy says, read strong. Hi, Julie. Your first time catching a live over here. Welcome. Welcome very much. As Dee says, Karen looks a little uneasy. Poor thing. This is absolutely heartbreaking for her. In addition to, oh, this was 3 months ago. In addition to all of the medical conditions that she has, including Crohn's, MS, having most of her colon removed at some point in her 20s, I think, and the many, many surgeries that she has had. I can't imagine the toll that this is taking on her body. It is heartbreaking. Boston 25, it's loud and clear, but on their website, because I have their YouTube open and it says that it's coming up. It says when the court returns from a break, it's coming up. This is the only one I can find right now that has the camera on. Sidebar already. This is the read Karen's parents and her brother. L-Train, are they in yet another courtroom instead of the tiny one? I don't know. If somebody has boots on the ground there, if you can tell me if they did move this to courtroom, I think it was courtroom 3 that they said they were going to try and move to instead of courtroom 25. It looks pretty tight in there. Pretty tight. Oh, that's right. She also had a brain tumor. That is right, Mrs. Krampus. She had a brain tumor as well. It does look like a different courtroom. It'll be interesting if the cameraman pulls out and gives us a wide shot of what's been going on. Hi, Tina Moose. Tina says, I've been aware of this case since Melanie first covered it, and with all the corruption of the Commonwealth, it feels like I know nothing. Danielle is opining that maybe the FBI called. Has the jury been sworn yet? There's no volume on this yet. This is terrible that they're all crammed into this size courtroom. Oh my God, you're right. The O'Keeffes are seated right beside her. That is not fair, somebody said. And they are. That is John O'Keeffe's mom, I think, in that green and white shirt. Is that the same green and white shirt that we just saw? True crime kangaroo. Press were given bar stools with padded seating and a backrest, so they're happy they aren't standing. Okay, well, that's good. Nancy, I think it's awful that his family is sitting right there beside her and her family is behind her. I think I agree with you, Nancy. Who was in charge of this seating chart? As if people have not been scrutinizing Karen's facial expressions since the beginning of this case. She's already been convicted by a lot of the general public just based on her facial expressions and her wardrobe. Solomon's landscaping. Why would they move such a nationwide case to a smaller courtroom? That's crazy. Because the courtroom they were originally in, there are 19 jurors in this case. There will be only 12 deliberating in the end, but they needed a lot of alternates. And many people tried, even though they were originally selected. 5 of them came in after the weekend with hardship excuses and other reasons why they didn't want to or could not serve on this case. So they picked another 5. There are 19 jurors. But in the other courtroom, 6 of the jurors in that case would have been looking at the back of the witness's head. So that's why. Crazy. No sound yet, but we are waiting. We are here waiting for the judge to take the bench. Boston 25 still does not have camera up. Oh, there's a fan at least. We know that somebody had said there are no, there's no air conditioning in that room or in that courthouse. Hello, fellow deadhead. ASDF JKL. I can't see it right now, but I have a poster behind me. And some emojis for members in my chat. Somebody put up some Grateful Dead emojis. Dancing Bear, the Steely. So that ASDF JKL is welcome. Well, everyone's very welcoming here anyway, so you're not going to have a problem with that. Loaded hot. Karen mouthed the word dismissed. Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see. Yes, where is the job, Judge? Wendy says, Fall River reported just tweeted that sidebar is over and now recess. Wendy, you're awesome. If you follow that Twitter and you want to put in the live tweets, I am deputizing you to post or cut and paste Fall River reporters tweets. I guess Fall River reporter is in the courtroom. Is Ted Daniel there too? Because Ted Daniel, you could retweet him as well. Hard for me to run a lot of things at the same time. Laura Liz is like, work productivity is not going to be great today. Nope. Maybe not. Shut up. Chrissy says, OMG, it's a fishbowl courtroom. Yeah, I don't know. Kim O'Brien says, OMG, she has to sit with his family on top of her. I don't understand why this is going on. Why they talk about facing your accusers, your victim's family. It's not even like I don't know. Ashley Shanley, been waiting for this day for what feels like forever. I think a lot of people feel that way. Intolerant says that does not look like Courtroom 25. Intolerant, if you're familiar with the courtroom configuration, there were some rumblings this morning that they may have been moving to Courtroom 3. From your experience, does that look like Courtroom 3 to you? Beautiful messy ball. This is the strangest courthouse I've ever seen. Vinny Politan says frequently, every time he covers this case, that this is the same courthouse where Sacco and Vanzetti were tried in 1920. It is historical. They just got Wi-Fi last week. And it is antiquated and has a wonky layout, giving Twin Peaks vibes. Singafunga, does denying the attorneys the ability to state grounds or objections prevent them from establishing a record for appeal? No, it does not, because what the judge said is when you object, you just say objection, and then everyone comes to a sidebar, and the sidebars are recorded by the court reporter. They are just not going to be within earshot of cameras or any audio feed from the courtroom. So they will be able to make a record. We just will not hear the arguments on the objections. And she also told them that they are not, when they say objection, they're not allowed to state the grounds for the objection, which is weird because a lot of judges that I know would insist that you state the grounds for your objection when you object, and some judges would actually look at you and wait for you to say your grounds before they would rule on the objection. So it's interesting. All of a sudden, it felt like Christmas Eve last night. Here we go.
Now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court, within for the county of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Court now in that session.
Can you guys hear this? We're swearing in the jury.
Okay. Good morning, jurors. Jim. Yeah.
I'm sorry, jurors, could you stand one more time and raise your right hands? Do each of you solemnly swear you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence and according to the law, so help you God?
They're not going to show the jury on camera,
have a
that's
seat.
why.
Jurors, hearken to these indictments. 2282 CR 117001, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk. Did assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reed of Mansfield, county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in her blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicles that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13 and a half. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the county of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the county of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, did go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe, such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24(2), A.5, 2. To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty and for trial has put herself upon the country which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you are to say so and no more. Jurors, hearken to the evidence.
Thank you very much. Will counsel identify yourselves, please, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Yanetti, and I represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yanetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right. Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Before we begin, I have to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to ask you every single time we meet. The first question is, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last in court? No. Trial. But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. Again, these terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death, will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. So it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish with these initial instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Ms. Yanetti can choose to make an opening statement or not because the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer doesn't even need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but again, she is not obligated to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You see that we have many of you. We have 17 of you, and only 12 will ultimately decide this case. And that's done at the end of the case. We impanel so many jurors in a case that's going to take a long time in case something comes up and a juror can't complete his or her service. Let me talk briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see to it that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It's also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not.
Okay. I was muted both times. I don't know why it didn't come off. There are now 17 jurors. There were 19. So when you heard Karen say dismissed earlier, someone said she mouthed dismissed during the sidebar. It must have been that a juror came up with a hardship and said they couldn't serve. So now there are 17 jurors. It sounds like 2 of them were let go for hardship, not by judge's choice.
The jury's function. You folks are the most important people in this courtroom. You determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the course of the trial and to determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, you must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side.
There.
That may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely in the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with the transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or any time during the trial. So you will have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. So please do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence.
She loves this quote. This is I think the third time we've heard her quote John Adams. This is John Quincy Adams. I know she grew up in Quincy.
At all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury will decide. This jury selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet, including social media, and do anything else to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any.
Wait, please do not? No. How about you? I am ordering that you do not have contact with anybody involved in this case. Not please do not. That is a, you are required not to.
Any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go. Lally up at
And I
bat.
ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
I'll do my best. Good morning. So as Your Honor was telling you, this
No.
is one of the two.
You can't even tell me. You can't even tell me there's no microphone at that podium. You can't even tell me that. You're going to have to turn up your volume unless they correct this, because I have no way of doing that on my end, but that's wild.
To address. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you heard over the course of the impoundment process a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married.
Okay, we're going to switch to a different network and see if the sound is better. Tell me if it's better. Oh, shoot. Don't worry, we're on pause.
He also got help from his work.
You follow that.
In with Stephen Forbush and of 2013. Within months of that, we start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen Furbush, and they had 2 children who were very young in 2013. Now, in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Forbush and kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Forbushes lived and where John moved into the home with the 2 children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they included Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with children and assuming this sort of role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him to more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he assumes with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home was located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece, who was the elder of the 2, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died. And his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022. It was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Furbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant. A blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They had both applied to a private school called Bishop, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into that school. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up, and went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony, and you're going to see surveillance video, and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Canton Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew, in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around. Officer Stephen Saraf and Officer Stephen Lally of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraf, he'll have as an exhibit, anticipates a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. When I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. On the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means, of course, of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You'll hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodward. And at least from 3 of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow.
It's not freezing on my end. If it's freezing on your end, maybe try and refresh your browser. I've got Ethernet, so it should not be freezing.
Throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Flamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there were some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, Jonathan's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by 2 firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray of the Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police weren't aware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They weren't aware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that video of, and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. Sullivan. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe's. Mrs. Polakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the waterfall and went home. He was sort of walking distance away from them. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left before most of the group. Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, and Mr. Christian Morris, and they had dinner at the waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. And they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert, brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to the roads, to the front lawn, to grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there, Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier, there were two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nagel. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as Mr. Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, that's riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction, the pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brother is riding in flashes its lights, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first, they follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property.
Did he just say lo and behold in his opening? Mark Stone, Brian Albert goes all the way to New York for a dead officer, but won't come out of his house for one on his front lawn. Draw your own conclusions from that.
property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further till it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxson from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights at the vehicle as they're facing each other before they pull down. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides if she's going to stay at the house longer, so the arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point.
Okay, I'll let you watch the closed captionings if you would prefer, but I'm going to just warn you that they are very often wrong. In fact, we started calling motions in limine motions in lemonade because that's what the closed captioning said. And I just saw them earlier type out John O'Keefe as something Keith. So just beware of that. Don't rely on them.
Point in time was there John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming. We'll hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who was having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners, and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Sarah Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops, but she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Kelly Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as well, sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe and see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different calls throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some point prior to that she has a cracked tailpipe. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece, defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Saraf Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there's one person, so they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's car was found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and the firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Mrs. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Cell. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Cell. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Canton police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendant stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You'll also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony from Ms. Daisy Ormstead, Ms. Kathleen Wilford, and Dr. Gary Fowler. You'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hannon, those all being from the State Police. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, the defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear a testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the 2 children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son.
Okay, if you don't know anything about this case, listen up, because I can't believe they're opening on this Aruba thing. Let me know what you think.
Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and sort of pointing him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is a approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, and from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba. in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the water.
Text messages of an amorous nature that he printed up. Okay, well, no spoilers. I'm sorry.
Call, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with the homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout
So much for the bro code, huh, guys? So much for the bro code. Hitting on your friend's lady.
the course of those amorous text messages, there's references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug. And makes repeated reference.
Making out? Did she say making out? Are they going to be able to prove that she said making out? Because if the evidence doesn't show that, then that's a misstatement in your opening. You're only supposed to open on things that you actually can prove, that you actually have credible evidence about. And that's why the defense is not allowed to open on third-party culprit, because the judge is saying, well, we have to see if you can get that evidence in first before you're allowed to talk about third-party culprit. But here he is saying that Karen thought they made out or said they made out. And that's the first time we're hearing that term. Tell me if I'm wrong. I thought it was he kissed her. She thought he kissed her. Let me know what you think about that.
To that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotter, who has a supervisory role with Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5. Because if you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence will show.
No. You can't anticipate what the evidence will show. This is all about the evidence will show, okay? Not anticipating what the evidence will show. I would object to this. It's import form to object during an opening, but this is, in my opinion, objectionable. We may be a little bit behind, so no spoilers.
Based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tulloch of the state.
Tracking of her phone records. Wait, so, okay, so I'm just going to point this out. So the phone records are accurate or they're not accurate, because you can't use it as a shield and a sword. You can't say her phone records, her tracking of her phone records are going to show this. But then again, Officer John O'Keefe's phone records may show that he climbed 3 flights of stairs after he got out of her car, but that phone data is inaccurate. You can't use it as a shield and a sword. He's got to be very careful here.
From these multi records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Jerry Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tulloch. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PARS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel, key cycles, and essentially anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
60 feet in reverse at over 24.2 miles an hour. Oh, I hope they do a reconstruction of that. Now we know. We have been opining or thinking, because they've changed their theory several times. She went 60 feet in reverse at over 4 miles an hour. I know we're a little behind, but we have to rewind that because that blew my mind. When they go to the scene of where this happened, they are going to have a hard time believing that. There's a curve in the road. It's a very narrow road. There are no tire tracks.
Was an collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel. He cycles, essentially opines, he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different.
I'm going to pause for another second to say he's saying this is at 12:45. So now they are putting the time of Karen allegedly backing up 24 miles an hour in reverse. Don't go by the closed captions. He said something like 24.2 miles per hour, 60 feet in reverse. Don't the phone records show that Karen was already home at 12:41 a.m.? But now they're saying that her car went in reverse 60 feet at 24 miles an hour at 12:45 a.m. Yeah. Thank you, Classy But Sassy. Thank you. If you know, you know. We've been over everything. Yep. Time change now. Time change.
Labs. Included within that is Miss Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn of the street. Now,
somebody put up Twilight Zone emojis for me, please. All of them. Twilight Zone. Whatever other ones you think are appropriate, members. Thank you.
From these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear.
Cocktail glass. It's called a drinking glass. A drinking glass. In the initial Canton PD reports, you will see it there. It is called a drinking glass. Now it has morphed into a cocktail glass throughout the course of this case. And it's located on the bumper of the vehicle that was towed, that was driven from Canton to Dighton and then towed back in a blizzard, but there's still pieces of this cocktail glass on the bumper. Okay. Okay. I hope you think the jury is not paying attention or just completely does not have any logic in their head, but let's go from there.
Area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that.
Hold on. She located a human hair? Okay, hold on.
Lights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn of the street.
That's taillight.
Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now,
okay, there's a human hair on the back of the vehicle because, correct me if I'm wrong, they've been saying all along that hair was found on the right rear quarter panel. That is not the back of the car. Okay, that is the right rear quarter panel of the car, which is the side of the car. Am I wrong? Anybody know? I mean, I'm I'm not an auto expert. So if anybody out there knows, let me know what you think.
Tail glass on the bumper, you also see surveillance video from the waterfall. And Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video, essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. You'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene in 34th Area. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify, with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who does essentially DNA analyst for the lab, and samples that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, and the broken drinking glass that were consistent.
Oh, now it's drinking. Yeah.
Those items were also
Fairy.
sent, the taillight pieces, taillight DNA was also sent to an independent lab, Voting Technologies, located in Northern Virginia. And you'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight, in his opinion, is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who were the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the bumper of the car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well. Lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Sportibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Irene Sportibello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of his hand. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain, and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes that was observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regard to his pancreas, how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of two times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. And I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for your participation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with a car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Yanetti?
Okay, this is insufferable. We're going to move to a different station and see if the audio is better over here. So let me know what you think. I've stopped it right before Yanetti. Yanetti has already started to speak, so we're a little behind. No spoilers, please, if you're watching it on multiple devices. Okay. We're going to digest this all later. Some of it I can't even believe, but hold on to your questions, write them down. You can take notes just like the jury can, although they're not allowed to take notes right now, but they can take them when testimony starts. Before this starts, I'm going to submit to you that this is going to be a masterclass in trial law. Let me know what you think.
Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yanetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it is truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You will question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, a family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding, but Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn.
For those of you who are paying closer attention than I was, because I was trying to do a million things here, did Lally mention Proctor once in his opening? Is this the first time that the jury is hearing the name Michael Proctor?
He's one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert, and he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind and focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed.
What?
And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the.
Okay, somebody said not to pause the stream. I'm pausing the stream. I am pausing the stream and I am rewinding this because I am outraged. I am outraged. And the reason that he can mention this in opening is because he's got receipts. He's got receipts of this. I am outraged. This case is over, says Boston JD. We're taking it back, you guys. Don't worry. I know we're behind. And that's because I'm a commentator. This is what I do. We're commentating. If you're watching it somewhere else, that's totally cool. Just don't put any spoilers in the chat for us because we want to have a natural reaction to this, which some of you may be shaking right now. And that is a completely natural reaction to this. This should outrage you. I'm taking it back.
Assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends. Not what he put in his sanitized police reports. His true feelings. To his friends whom he trusted and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed.
He was searching her photo for nude photos of Karen Reed on her phone. Let that sink in. The lead investigator, in this case, Trooper Michael Proctor, who has close family ties to the Alberts, whose home Officer O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of, was immediately searching Karen Reed's phone for nudes. And they've got text messages between Proctor and his high school friends that he was doing that. And he told his high school friends that he hoped that Karen Reed would kill herself. They have receipts.
And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You will learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope.
Nope. One word. Homeowner's going to catch a lot of grief from this, said his high school friend, and Proctor wrote back, nope. Sorry if I'm blowing your ears out, but I know there's a volume difference here.
And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too. End quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of tail light that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight.
Okay. This is blowing my mind right now. Tell me, mind blown, giving me a mind blown emoji in the chat if your mind is blown by this. We did not know about these Proctor text messages. Look at the face of a woman who has known this information since I don't know when, probably a long time. Knowing that this case, this train was rolling down the track towards a trial by this judge. And even though the prosecution had not turned over evidence, the defense has these text messages about Proctor. In this case, this is where we are. We are here at a trial, and this woman has been, Karen Reed, say her name, Karen Reed, has been dealing with this for over 2 years, being crucified publicly by people who know nothing about the facts in this case like we do. I am outraged, and you should be outraged. How do they overcome this? She backed up 60 feet at 24.2 miles per hour and left him to die in the cold. Wow. I'm not watching anybody else right now because I am here with you for this through the duration. I don't know if anybody else is as outraged by this as I am. If you have other streams on, put it in there. Just don't say who it is. Just, I am outraged.
After Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car, they only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's home. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus and she backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, and not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was "how long to die in the cold," but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation? You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question? And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth, we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Loughran also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Loughran saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You'll learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Reed anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures.
I've been saying this all along. No part of his torso was injured. And now it's confirmed. In opening, which means that there is actual proof of that.
You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd.
They have an expert. They have an expert who's going to say that that is a German Shepherd attack and or a dog attack.
You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was nobody there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds, and not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at the home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. The Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yanetti.
Or may we approach you at sidebar?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yanetti. All right. You know me. You all know me if you've been watching my channel for one episode or 30 episodes that I think I've done on this case, or however many videos I have up since I started this channel last July. And I am rarely speechless. And right now, I am speechless. They're on a break, so we're going to go full screen and take the temperature of the audience. I am outraged, but I feel vindicated. I have been taking, you can't even imagine the heat that I have been taking this weekend. If you know, you know. And now I get it. Now I get it. They were unhinged. They knew that this was going to happen today. And we did not know that this was going to happen today. For those of you who are just joining, this may have been the most bombshell opening statement of all time in the true crime world. This was a bombshell. Not only did the Commonwealth in their opening statement only mention Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator's name, one time, and somebody said it may have been by accident, but we learned during defense counsel's opening statement that Trooper Michael Proctor, who is under internal affairs investigation, who has testified in front of a federal grand jury that is investigating the investigation of the Karen Reed murder case, in addition to a state grand jury, was texting. This is probably the most shocking part, so I'm leading with this because everything after I heard this was just white noise to me. It doesn't matter. Trooper Michael Proctor was texting his high school friends, his buddies, right away about this investigation, that he hoped that Karen Reed would kill herself, that he was searching her phone for nude photos of her. And when his friend said something like, what do you think? You know, won't the homeowner be in big trouble for this too? Or the Boston police officer? I couldn't even write it down. He responded with one word: nope. Nope. Rush's mom, thanks for your super chat. My stomach is sick. I could vomit. Proctor wanted Karen to harm herself and he wanted news. This is disturbing. I am outraged. Marcy, thank you. And Carrie, I'm sorry, Kay Perry, thank you for becoming a new member. Bernie Heaven says, I'm batch baking some humble pie for all the haters, trolls, ignorant commentators who should have asked more questions on this case. Melanie, we love you. I'm so emotional. I have no words. I have no words. Super sticker from On Top. Thank you so much for your support. This is, my heart bleeds for the O'Keefe, says Katie. Thank you for your super chat. Mimi, thank you for your super chat from Canada. I'm outraged. This is injustice. Katie, thanks again for your super chat. I think even John's mother is shaking her head, and then corrected yourself. And then another $10 super chat. Thank you. Curiouser and Curiouser, thank you for your super chat. Owned. Boston JD, thank you so much for your super sticker. Lori says, I thought Bev said third party couldn't be introduced. You're right. He said that in his opening. He didn't say who it was. Lori, thank you for your super chat. But I think that I don't know why that was allowed. Perhaps she was presented with all of this evidence and said, okay, you can open on it. You just can't say who. This is insane. And Lucky We Trust, in response to my question about Lally mentioning Proctor in his opening, he said, yeah, Lally, or he or she said, yes, Lally did mention Michael Proctor, but barely. Katie, thank you for your super chat. Big mistake in time. Mace, good to see you. Thanks for your super chat. This opening is giving me renewed hope for the defense. I don't want to even look at anybody else's stream right now, but I can't even imagine what people are saying in those chats. New Hampshire woman, thank you. Can't wait to see the state lose. Michelle, thanks for becoming a member so much. Rachel Ann said this during Lally's opening. All I've gotten from this is 1, O'Keefe died. 2, it was snowing. 3, everyone sounds related. Some dudes were in a pickup truck. What did Karen do? Melissa Smith, thanks for being a member for 3 months, says, I wish we had a Jules there for the inside scoop. Jules was in the Maya trial. And she was inside the courthouse, and she would call into Recovery Addict after the show and talk about what happened in court that day and the jurors' reactions and her observations, kind of. Ms. Mojo Horizon, thank you so much for your super chat. This judge's rules and actions are insane. The jurors must memorize everything. Well, they're going to be given notepads when the first witness takes the stand, and they are still on break because I fast forwarded us to real time. JK80 said in the beginning of the stream, I think some people chimed in during chat, said, anyone know why John O'Keefe's father is there? Isn't he a witness? Defense, I thought witnesses are not allowed to sit through court proceedings. Melanie, he is allowed. I think that the families of both sides were exempt from the sequestration order. But my understanding was after they testify. So perhaps they were allowed to come in for openings and then they have to leave until they testify. It's unclear to me because I never really got I never saw a written decision on that. She only gave a decision from the bench and it was a little bit unclear. Thanks, Candidly Kristen, for becoming a member. New Hampshire woman, thanks for being a member for 6 months. And justice for John Reed, Karen Reed, and John O'Keefe. I'm verklempt, you guys. I am verklempt. Thanks, DZ, for your super sticker. Linda Vergata, thank you so much for your super chat. God bless Karen, her attorneys, and her supporters. Yeah. Jeffrey asked this question earlier. Did Judge Bev ever say if she's allowing Marcy to testify? She hasn't ruled on that. She said, we're going to see how it goes. We're going to see if you can get the conflict of interest evidence of the Canton PD in another way and then decide. But I mean, there's so much going on here that we'll see. We'll see. JK, isn't John O'Keefe's father a witness? Why is he there? Yeah, we just went through that. Thank you, Bodine, for gifting a membership. Team YouTube for becoming a member. Wisconsinite. I saw Karen mouth dismembered during sidebar. Yeah, I think those are old. Thank you, Jewel, for your super sticker so much. Clary, so much. And Cat's Meow for becoming a member. This is mind-blowing. Wrestler's mom, thank you for your super chat. I stand with you. We love you. You deserve nothing but the best. No hate would be tolerated. It's been a rough weekend. I got to be honest. Thank you so much for that. Fairy Raven, thank you so much. You deserve, Melanie, you deserve none of the hate from those bottom feeders. They hate that they're wrong, but they can't admit it. If they are building a channel based on content that they are swiping from me to make funny videos that they think are funny about calling me a fraud and a liar, so be it. What's disappointing or very sad for the person one person in particular, whose video got 10,000 views last time I checked on Twitter with 40 likes. So enjoy. Rebecca, thank you for your super chat. Hearing this opening and watching the McCabe's body language as they sit right behind John's dad is surreal. Holly, we couldn't write a caper this twisted. God bless Karen Reed. Lori, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. And Marcy and Suzanne, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. And to all of you, and you've been so supportive of me and this channel. And I just can't even thank you enough. The trial's not live yet. It didn't come back on, so I don't know why you're watching that. Because because maybe I didn't have the freaking, it went on pause by accident. Okay, hold on. So we're gonna be a little bit behind again. Sorry.
Now, so the evidence is and what evidence in this case. All right, jurors, we're about to begin the evidence in this case. And I remind you, I defined for you what the evidence is and what isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Okay, Paul O'Keefe is the opening witness. That's an interesting choice.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case you have hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Not way behind. A little bit behind.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K EEFE.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children.
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin.
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister Kristen. And brother John.
And what was sort of the order in age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, She had a job in working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John. Did you call him John, or was there like a nickname or anything else that you referred to him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
How long was he a member of the Boston?
16 years.
And within the Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde Park, Mattapan area, which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for in the SOAR unit, which is the Sex Offender Registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the Sex Offender Registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
And about how much time was it between the time that she sort of received the diagnosis to her passing?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct. Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And you mentioned, so initially when your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Kaylee and Patrick were concerned?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a, large enough house to take on 2 other children. So my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that role?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say 4 years, until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so they, Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton, moved in there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, around what time was that?
I want to say 2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and the kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging, a couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships and well, let me phrase this question. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship is.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
Now, you mentioned 2, so other than Amy, who was the other?
Her 2 sons' names are Gabriel and Christian.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In reference to, you mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman Amy that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
Just clear for the record, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today? Do you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep, she is seated right there between Mr. Yanetti and Mr. Jackson.
Just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
No
Yeah.
objection.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen Reed?
I believe it was Mother's Day, so maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Miss Reed and your brother Johnny had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020, right at the beginning of COVID. I think he reached out to her via Facebook Messenger and then, text.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just, it was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew.
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing, didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts, or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now, what, if any, what if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed. So they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. That was summer of 2021. I brought my 2 daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the 2 of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was
Hard to recall the argument. That's interesting.
alcohol had been involved. I recall her complaining that, he wasn't nice to her, or, something to that effect. And I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both? Or
Both.
both your brother and the defendant?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve, going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Mr. Lally, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point?
Yeah.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
All right. Sidebar. There is Mr. and Mrs. Reed and Karen's brother.
So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They were also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a meet point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
your nephew?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to fruition or not?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and you know, we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th?
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either you, your children, or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I mean, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th. So the day before that, that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's
I
basketball?
coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know that you, if you know, did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6. Second game was at 7:15. So we got home 8:30ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me. Yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Fee in high school. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then Patrick's national math scores came back, and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So we had sort of sent, your brother John had sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in, and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
Now you go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow, and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
Do you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning.
Correct.
And
Is this the first that we're hearing that the O'Keefe's cousin, Susanna Hensley, works at 911 dispatch, and that's how they found out? Anybody else have heard that before?
your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call, and sort of what is it that you do, or sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning, and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother. They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you and your brother, was friends with you, and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Ms. Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents arrived, they brought us, in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And about how long was it that you were in the family sitting room before you went somewhere else?
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Ms. Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
And as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that
She was being restrained. She was in full-on panic attack mode. That's interesting.
screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Now, at some point, you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
He was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of your brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or Which arm in particular?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother, and at some point you left. Is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
Yeah, we went back to the waiting area. Trying to figure out can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things: "Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?"
At any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Now, as far as your relationship,
He blew her a kiss in the hospital. What does that say to you about how Paul O'Keefe felt about Karen Reed? She was screaming, "Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?" And being restrained because she was so panicked about the man that she loved. And this man, his brother, Paul O'Keefe, blew her a kiss.
with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022, how would you characterize it?
I thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
As far as those positive feelings that you had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th, 2022, had you expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened, or what did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick back?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
You mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult.
Let's just stop for a moment to talk about him blowing her a kiss. Everyone's saying like, that's weird. I'm not sure I exactly understand him blowing a kiss. First of all, I think he is right now a great witness for the defense. I don't know how you feel, but he's saying that he thought Karen was wonderful. They had a great relationship. He didn't testify about anything bad happening. I can't go back to the Aruba stuff right now because I'm so mind blown by so much of this, but blowing her a kiss in that moment meant, we love you. She was being restrained because remember, she had been sectioned. She was brought in on a section 12 in Massachusetts, which is like on involuntary hold because they're going to say that I think they're going to say that she was suicidal and she was flipping out, and he couldn't really go over to her because she was actively like under medical treatment at the time. And that's why she was being restrained. And he says he heard her screaming several times. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive? He didn't hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. He said 3 times, is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive? This is damning for the prosecution, in my opinion. Tell me what you think. Seems like he flipped, right? Can anybody confirm for me whether or not he was in the courtroom during openings?
Just probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in, as far as weather.
And so then, at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Robertson, hers, and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
You know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over, as far as specifically I'm asking about the children?
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
At some point after you left the hospital in Brockton, what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant this week?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. Like I said, she just asked if she can come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house, shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts in her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. I mean, it could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really, and nothing stands out.
He doesn't remember seeing Karen's car in the driveway of One Meadows. Guys, I am in the twilight zone again because they are trying to use him to establish that Karen's car was in the driveway and that I think, and that they're going to show body cam footage of police officers pulling up to the house. He mentioned that in his opening, and that they observed her car in the driveway. He's not saying that. He's not giving Lally what he wants, and we're not seeing Lally's face right now, but it's apparent to me. I don't know.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse,
What color was that, if you know?
like gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the drive?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. You know about how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Miss Reed's vehicle, do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house now, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time was the defendant at your house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes. Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
Was Miss Roberts still there, or is she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs, into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dayton, Massachusetts.
And when you say go back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, what if any improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Miss Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock. So is this a good place to take a break?
Perfectly fine. Yeah.
All right. All right, jurors, it's the luncheon break. We'll break for an hour. We'll be here ready to go no later than 2 o'clock.
All right, please. Close those notebooks, put them on your chair.
Wow. So there's a break until 2. In my opinion, they called Paul O'Keefe, the victim's brother, John O'Keefe's brother, to be a sympathetic witness for the defense. They wanted to open softly. Might have been a good choice, but I do not think that he said what they wanted him to say or expected him to say. It is only 1:07, so we weren't that far behind at all. Thoughts, you guys? I thought he was very helpful for the defense. Desert Cat, thanks for your super chat. I'm just catching up. I'm so glad you pause and comment. I'm not that familiar with this case. I'm outraged at what I'm hearing and appreciate the way you're presenting this trial. It's really helpful. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Michelle, thanks for becoming a member. And Blessed Mom in Texas, thank you. And Christine, thank you for your super sticker. Lake Life, thank you for your super chat. Mrs. O'Keefe mouthed nope with Yanetti the second time he reviewed Proctor's text messages evidence. I feel her so much. I have to go back and watch that. Checker, thank you for becoming a member. Rebecca, thanks for your super chat. Hearing this opening and watching the McCabe's body language as they sit right behind John's dad is surreal. Hollywood couldn't write a caper this twisted. God bless Karen Reed. Literally, you guys, like, what did we just watch? I mean, after that opening and that first witness, the jury is looking at each other, in my opinion, going like, why are we even here? Why are we here? He blew her a kiss in the hospital. She was being restrained. She was panicking so much. He heard her yell, shout, scream 3 times, is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive? He talked about how much he liked her and how they had a good relationship and how she spoiled the kids and was so generous with the children. Thank you, blessed mom from Texas, for your $10 super chat. I adore you, Melanie. You're beautiful. And yes, Paul is helping the defense. Sending my love from Texas. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Christine Freeman, thank you. What did we just watch? I am so confused right now. I don't know how this is helping Lally at all. Somebody said. If somebody's live tweeting from the courtroom, let's, McCabe's are not there. It's the Dougals behind the O'Keefe. Who are the Dougals? Can somebody put in the chat? Who I saw Carl Dougal's name come into the chat several times. Can you explain to the viewers who Carl Dougal is? they kept saying, they kept saying that, I think he's trying to show that Karen and her dad went upstairs to delete the ring footage. But Paul is saying they were only up there for 10 to 15 minutes and she came down with her belongings. Like she went up there to pack. What? Oh, thank you. Carl Dougal is friends of John's, also a cop. Carl was John's friend, another Boston cop. Right. And the court made an order, the judge made an order that any cops or law enforcement that come to watch in the gallery or that are witnesses are not allowed to come in uniform. Kendra Nicole said he was the one that was offended that Karen didn't reach out to him to see how he was doing. Carl Dougal was John's partner. Okay. Somebody says he's not finished. Maybe he has a bombshell. We'll find out when he comes back. I don't know what that could be. Does anybody know what the bombshell could be? Jamie says, oh, let me go. You guys are chatting fast. You guys are chatting fast. Somebody said, Sarah says, if J.O. was planning on breaking up with Karen, why would he include her in the group chat with his family about his niece's great news? Right. And he said that they were planning a vacation in the future together. If you're breaking up with someone, why would you be planning a vacation in between the time they got back from Aruba and the date of his death? They were planning a vacation. Am I missing something here? Please point it out if you think I am. Because I really thought this was going to be, it's the first witness. They want to start strong. I thought he was going to have some bombs to drop. Chief Sherry. Hello, Chief Sherry. Female fire chief. I love you. We have a lot of power women in this chat, in this group. A lot of strong women. Maybe FBI has talked to the O'Keefe family. They know the truth now. I mean, that's kind of what it looks like to me. Plus, his mom from Texas says, yep, you're spot on. Maybe by design. Maybe by design. Maybe, just maybe, the O'Keefes were positioned where they were behind Karen because Yanetti wanted them to hear the truth in his opening and wanted the cameras to catch the reaction. Like, I don't know if that was by design. At the beginning, so many people were complaining that about the O'Keefe's seating. Maybe that was by design. I don't know. Lisa says, I think Paul's railroading their case. And I mean, the defense firm is definitely not speaking with the O'Keefes. Did the FBI tell the O'Keefes what they knew before this trial? I'm genuinely surprised. I really thought, I mean, when they started bringing up Aruba, and tell me if I'm missing something here, apparently Paul and his wife were in Aruba at the same time with their kids because the kids had off from school. There was a lot about that. I don't know if they were in the same hotel or resort as John and Karen and John's kids or his sister's kids. But then they had a sidebar and that was kind of it. I mean, there wasn't much to that. There was something about, well, the making out testimony, was that in Lally's opening or was that in Paul O'Keefe? I'm so spun by what we have heard so far. Did Paul testify about anything that happened in Aruba? Because that was the purpose, remember, of his testimony. They were going to call Paul to say that he heard from people who saw this incident in Aruba that Karen was acting crazy. Karen had this thing where she said F you to Marietta Sullivan outside the elevator when John came out, hugged. I mean, what? Good thing we have video to go back and review. I know we do. It's like, do you want to go back and watch the beginning of his testimony? Because when he started talking about Aruba, I'm waiting for the bombs to drop on the Aruba stuff. He said they were on the other side of the island. He said nothing. They didn't see each other in Aruba. No, but and the judge said that all of this stuff about Marietta Sullivan could come in, and that Paul, let's go back to that where he starts talking about Aruba. And if anybody could watch this for me on the side, well, they're coming back at 2:00. We know that. So we know we have until 2:00. I feel like I'm missing something. There was a lot of foundational testimony. Legal relationship about the niece and nephew. I'm just going to try and fast forward to the Aruba. Okay, hold on. All right, we're going to pick it up here. Wow. Knowing what we know from having covered this case for 30 videos, and I don't know what we're up to now, 70 hours of analysis of this case, maybe 60. This is crazy. That's a good idea. Let's go back to the end of Yanetti's opening, and somebody said that John's mom said nope. Let's take that back. This is a master class in opening statements, and it will be for quite some time. Let's take it here. John's mom is sitting behind Yanetti in the green and white shirt. And is this John's dad right here in the red and blue jacket? I'm assuming. I don't know that I've ever seen him before, but here we go. No sound. What you talking about? No sound. There's sound. I can hear the sound. Why can't you hear the sound? Hold on. That's weird. Hold on. Try it again. Also share audio. All right, listen, see if you can hear it. All right, I'm going to start it again.
We're interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert.
Okay, a lot of people do have sound. Some people don't have sound. I don't know if there is like a StreamYard issue, if there's a YouTube explosion issue, but a lot of people can hear it. So maybe try everyone just refresh your browser right now or refresh whatever you're watching on. And everyone has sound. And then I'm going to put this back on. So just do that now. The YouTube stream is a little behind me, actually. That's just the way it is. So here we go.
Family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start.
Is that where someone said they thought that she said nope, or is there another nope coming? Hold on. I'm going to open it full screen and you tell me what you think. Keep an eye on Mrs. O'Keefe in the green and white shirt.
Would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial
shaking
is
her
now
head
about to start, and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find.
I'm going to watch it for a third time.
Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start, and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial.
She said nope before shaking her head, while shaking her head. She said it in time with the lawyer. Wonder if the O'Keefes are having a change of heart. That's what we've been saying. She also had a reaction when he talks about the nudes. Wow. Truth bombs, goosebumps. She even mouthed it. Seeing it again, she agrees with Yanetti. I saw it the first time. Her nope was perfectly in sync. Somebody said it was, I mean, who knows? You know, we could be a little bit off on our timing, but Tomo says, I think they know. Always Lady, is it possible she's been working with the FBI all along? Bruins fan, wow, just wow. Suzanne says, I know that Mr. O'Keefe loves Karen. Wow, I hope so. They outsmarted the corrupt system. That is weird, says Jason. Brandy says, wow, it looks like she's disappointed with what she's hearing. Just wow, show one last time. All right, we're going to show this one last time.
The antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowners of Boston Cop said it. Nope.
Look at her. Yep.
Homeowners of Boston Cop 2. So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to.
Wow. Just wow. We are outraged. Let's go back to Paul O'Keefe's testimony because I want to get back to that Aruba stuff because he didn't really say anything about Aruba that they thought he was going to say or that they wanted him to say.
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband. Is that correct? Relationships and well, let me phrase this question. But how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
Almost the same, maybe a little less. If my brother was just, it was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part, he was with Karen.
And as far as your understanding, what was sort of the living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts. She would stay at my brother's house in Canton, I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
And that would be at your brother's house with both he and your niece and nephew.
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected sometime around the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day.
So Karen stayed home during the pandemic. She was a financial analyst. She was a big shot in the world of finance, very successful woman, made tons of money. She was also a professor, and I forget which college. And he is telling the jury that during the pandemic, Karen stayed home with the children while there was no school and everyone was locked down. And everyone who's been through that knows how devastating that was if you had children who were of school age. And he is painting Karen in a very positive light. This is not going the way they wanted.
While she worked remotely.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your brother had a legal guardianship role with regard to the children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
Now, with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship, what, if any, conversations did you have with your brother in regard to status of their relationship or any issues in their relationship?
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might, give reference that they were arguing, didn't really tell me what they were arguing about, but mostly kept that stuff to himself.
What, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she would spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts or, I know there was some arguments over, what she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was.
And Duncan has entered the trial. She bought them nice clothes and gifts and bought them Dunkin'. And that's the only arguments that the victim's brother is willing to talk about on the stand. And I think that Lally was expecting a lot more from this. And Mandy says, and after the pandemic, Patrick won that math award and Kaylee got into that private school. Wow. He is not going to say anything bad about Karen. And tell me if you think at 2:00 he's going to flip back and say horrible things about Karen, but I don't think so.
Things along those lines.
Now, what if any what if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed. So they had rented a house down in Cape Cod. Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my 2 daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the two of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean,
He was one verbal argument among them or between them during the entire course of their 2-year relationship, and he can't even recall what it was about. Great work, Lally. Great work. Congrats on this.
I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol that had been involved. I recall her complaining that he wasn't nice to her, or something to that effect, and I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
They were drunk, having a drunk fight. She said, he's not nice to me. Paul was the referee, didn't get physical. What are we doing here, my friends? What are we doing here? Is this motive for her to gun it 60 feet in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour to kill him intentionally? Second-degree murder, my friends? Anybody hear anything yet?
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both? Or
Both.
both your brother and the defendant?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's.
Okay, that's it. That's all we got. We got one argument that he has ever seen between the two of them. Not physical. Typical argument. That's right, Kylie. Kylie says he made sure to say it was a typical argument. And now, yeah, Danielle says, Melanie, doesn't the Commonwealth know what their witnesses are going to testify to beforehand? Isn't there trial? But yeah, but the witness has the right to answer the questions posed to him in the way he wants to pose them, answer them. They're not allowed to use leading questions. So Lally isn't, able to say, isn't it true that you told us that blah, 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 blah. He's not a hostile witness. It would be a great flex. You're right. Somebody said it'd be a great flex if Yanetti or whoever's going to cross him gets up and says, we have nothing for this witness. Now that he's going to get to Aruba. So let's hear about Aruba.
Specifically New Year's Eve, going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Mr. Lally, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point? I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, so we discussed this during motions in lemonade, that his testimony was only going to be used for a limited purpose. And so she wanted to give a limiting instruction to the jury that they were not allowed to consider this evidence with regard to, now I can't even recall, I'm so spun by this testimony. That's what this limiting instruction is about. If it comes back to me, I'll stop and I'll tell you again. But I am spun. Not supposed to be bad character reference, but they could use it as far as the state of their relationship, that it could go to motive. Wow. All right, then they go to sidebar. And then we get a shot of Karen's parents and her brother.
They were pretty much on.
And maybe he knows not to go down this Aruba road.
So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Never saw him in Aruba.
You mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They're also with a large group, many other couples and families.
You know who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
All right, Laura Sullivan was the organizer of that group. We're going to, she's going to test, she's on the witness list. For those of you who are just joining, welcome. We are rewatching the part of Paul O'Keefe's testimony where he talks about Aruba because I am shocked that this was a big, and I hate that word, nothing burger, but I hate that word. If you could think of a better word for me, this was just a shonda. There's nothing here.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
So they were planning to get together on the day that Officer John O'Keefe, his brother, was murdered. Obviously, they couldn't. They never saw each other in Aruba, and this is it. They're not getting to, that's it. No more Aruba.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a viewpoint?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
your nephew?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to fruition or not?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and we said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled.
So they canceled because there was an incoming storm that everyone knew about. I don't think we need to go any further in this. That is all there is about Aruba, unless Lally's going to circle back to it. But why would he? He's supposed to have a cohesive sort of pattern to his questioning Beverly, if you are just tuning in and you are behind, Beverly says, who's that lady sitting behind the defense? She's really upset, crying and wiping her nose. Is it John's mother or Karen's mother? If it's John's, she should not be sitting there. It is John's mother. And if you are behind, you are going to see what happened. We just went back and watched what happened at the very end. And we are all very concerned and very, no, not concerned. We are confused, to say the least. It is the opinion of many people in this chat that the O'Keefe family has flipped based on Paul O'Keefe's testimony, which is giving 0 to the prosecution. Let's go back and let's go back and listen to the part where Yanetti talks about Proctor looking for nudes on Karen's phone, and I want to watch the O'Keefe's reaction behind him.
Vehicle in the driveway and her tail light cracked.
This is before that.
2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other special.
Just let me listen to it off screen for a second while you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll try and get us to the right part. Okay, I think we'll take it from here. They are coming back into court at 2 p.m. It is 1:42. If anybody wants to go get a snack or stretch, now's the time.
That sounded good at the time of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that 2 major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding. But Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on.
That's what I did.
Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor.
Here we go.
Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind and focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies.
Wait. Okay. Wait for it. Okay. I had to get, I had a phone call that I had to pick up. So sorry, I had to leave you for a second. But here you go. And does she know what's coming? Does Mrs. O'Keefe know what is coming?
That he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet.
Okay. I'm not a body language expert, but did you see? Okay. Dougal's face, first of all, John's partner right behind him, right over here behind Mr. O'Keefe. Look at the anguish in their faces. Mrs. O'Keefe crosses her arms. She looks horrified. Mr. O'Keefe looks like he wants to throw up or pass out. Carl Dougal, who is sitting behind Mr. O'Keefe over here, that's my cursor on your screen, not a fly. Don't break your TV. Looks horrified. I'm taking this back 5 seconds so that we can see this again.
And he was disappointed he hadn't found any.
Oh, sorry, more than that.
Her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That.
She's shaking her head. Look at Mrs. O'Keefe's face right there in the background. Wow. Wow. Proctor was texting his friends that he was looking for nudes on her Karen Reed's phone, and he pointed at Karen Reed when he said it. He was upset that he hadn't found any. Let that sink in. Do you think that this investigation was tainted from the beginning, from day one? All opinions are welcome. Let me know what you think. I don't know.
Is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You will learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope.
Wow. We can't see Mrs. O'Keefe, but we just rewound it and watched it about 3 times. The second time he says nope, Mrs. O'Keefe says it with him. Looks like.
And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor.
All right, so those are, he cannot, I mean, he's opening on this. He's got to have receipts of those text messages because, and the judge knows it, and that's why he's allowed to open on it. So, I mean, I see some people in the chat saying that they think that Mrs. O'Keefe doesn't believe it, and that's why she's looking that way. I don't know, but if anybody has any personal knowledge of whether or not Mrs. O'Keefe has flipped, I mean, based on the testimony that we just saw of Paul O'Keefe, seems to me that Paul O'Keefe is not being helpful to the defense at all. I mean, to the prosecution at all. And he's their witness. He's their witness. We need a body language expert. I'm sure everyone's going to be all over it tonight. We're watching this in real time together, my friends. We are watching this in real time. I'm glad that we went back and watched that again. Thanks, Melissa Smith. This was in response to something we said. I can't even pronounce what you wrote there, but thanks for the super chat. I think we all need to get up and stretch for a moment. We have a few minutes, about 7 minutes until they're coming back. I'm going to leave this on. You guys can chat amongst yourselves. I'm just going to break from the screen for a second because I need to stand up and stretch. Be right back. All right, we're back. Let me know if you can hear me. I hear some noise in the courtroom.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Can you hear me? And can you hear the video?
All right, Mr. Lally, can we have Mr. O'Keefe again?
Buffering.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So, Mr. O'Keefe, you testifying before the lunch and recess before, you had indicated that defendant Ms. Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father,
About how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None, really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's gonna, excuse me, a ring. He had a Ring doorbell, and then a Ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you're finished. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Well, before we get to them, just in general, do
yes.
you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize them in general terms? What do you recognize them to be photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 2 up on the screen. So I'm going to may I approach again, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to hand you here as a laser point. Basically, just click this button here. And again, sir, what's up on the screen is exhibit number 2. What are we looking at?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over to your brother's house, what would be sort of the general points or door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph, it's not depicted in this photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that be?
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit number 3?
Correct.
And whereabouts in relation to the house, what are we looking at here?
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window, and the ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side. And he would typically park his car on the right side.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes,
If you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to that.
right under the window.
And as far as these particular ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can.
Objection, move to strike. Okay, let's just take that back a second. We're only going to be a second behind.
Access to most.
ring camera.
Can't hear Lally's
And
question.
as far as these particular ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone, as far as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Who knew? Okay, well, first of all, that's a compound question. He says, who, with regard to the ring cameras by the side door and the garage, who had access to those ring cameras and how did they access them? That's an objectionable question because how does he know that they were the only 2 people that had access to them? But the objection came in a little too late. That bell might not be on wrong. We'll hear.
Most likely through the Ring app on your cell phone. And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
as far as your brother was concerned, what, if anything, would he do with reference to those ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he'd talk to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it. But I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
Okay. And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as Ms. Reed was, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick,
You're
mostly
saying.
Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4. And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here and what, if anything, in relation to the ring that you observed here.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right In this picture here, the ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach this.
Yes.
Camera that we're talking about. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Now,
Well, there goes your foundation. You can't lay foundation for what the camera would show. He's never seen any of ring camera footage from the house.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
All right, approaching. We got a little time to fast forward and catch up to real time. And we're back on real time. Disc, yeah, he did say Lally's floundering, says Jennifer H. He's getting a whole lot of nothing. He did say Karen and John were the only ones with access to the ring footage. That was stricken. They tried to get him to say that he knew that from the niece and nephew.
All
That
right,
was
so Mr.
stricken.
Lally, you have something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are two discs, one labeled Meadow Ave ring videos. Oh, sorry.
So they've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right, so the next, go right ahead.
No. Okay. So
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
yes, please, Your Honor.
Do you want that now?
Yes.
Would please? Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera. If I could have video number 161.
Okay, he already testified that he's never seen any camera footage from this ring camera. How are they allowed to play this? He hasn't laid a foundation. Any lawyers in the chat? Am I crazy? Once he plays it, you can't unring that bell. You need to lay a foundation for it first. Am I crazy? Is Massachusetts different?
And if you could just pause that just for a moment. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know who the two people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before you, if you could just direct the jury's attention to which vehicle you're talking about when you. So starting with Ms. Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed?
I believe it's that one right there.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
And the vehicle you're referring to is your vehicle? Where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you described as the events of January 29th?
How does he know? It's not
I mean,
timestamped.
that would be in the morning coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me could be Kerry Roberts, because I believe that's Kerry Roberts's car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, that's my mother.
Hi, Laura.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have Bill Mark 165. Again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway here?
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, on the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that through.
Okay, I have questions. What John's car has been there all night, right? Karen's car has been there all night. Why did someone brush off her car? Because his car has a lot more snow on it than hers does. Even this car right behind has a lot more snow on it than hers does. I don't know what they're trying to prove, you guys. Let's wait for it.
Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
Yeah, it appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that person?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
Again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's house, that's the first time that you met him, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one again. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169.
I don't know what that noise is coming from the courthouse, not me,
Just there for a moment, please.
or
Now,
the
as
video.
far as you mentioned earlier in testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well.
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please. Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit 6, if I could have number 176. Pause that right there, please. Now, from this video, you referenced early in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came with, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
What are we watching, guys?
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the same exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for a majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point were attempts made in and around your brother's house, the driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
And so initially it was you shoveling, what if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with the shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this through with this one. Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185? Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out, or sort of the friend of Patrick, the father of Patrick's friends, do you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether they be PD or state police, coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
And during the course
He does not recall the state police coming to the house that day at all on the 29th. That's what he just said.
of clearing driveway out as far as snow or ice, what, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video. Thank you. And lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from Exhibit 6, pull up video number 239.
See some Twilight Zone emojis in the chat, members.
Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen right now is that essentially what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and snow removal that day?
Yes.
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's house on January 29th?
Yes.
Mr. Koros, we can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir.
Okay, jury, wake up now. We're going to turn the lights back on.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
You what's been marked as exhibit, recognize that?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 1 up on. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge that a little. Thank you very much. Now, what's up on the screen, Mr. O'Keefe? Is that what you have before you as exhibit number 1?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's my brother.
And as far as your earlier testimony in regard to the vehicle that he kept sort of on the left side of the garage, what, if anything, do you recognize?
It's depicted in the picture. It's a convertible 1971 Ford LTD.
And with reference to that vehicle, how did your brother feel about that vehicle?
He enjoyed it. He thought it was fun driving around, in a convertible. Nephew Patrick enjoyed, being driven to baseball games and whatnot in it. So.
And your niece, Kaylee, how did she feel about it?
She did not like it. Still doesn't.
She didn't like the car? The niece?
I have nothing further.
All right.
Mr. O'Keefe, sir, I have no questions for you.
No,
All right, Mr. O'Keefe, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
no questions, like a boss, no cross. Nothing to see here, folks.
1 second, Josie.
Mrs. O'Keefe's face. She's got her hand over her mouth. And there goes,
You're next.
Your Commonwealth will call Mrs. Erin O'Keefe to the stand.
okay, this is Paul O'Keefe's wife, sister-in-law of John O'Keefe.
Give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Erin O'Keefe, Okeeefe,
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our 2 girls.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul.
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
It'll be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
She sounds nervous.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you do for?
Currently, I switched jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs, so how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret.
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what is sort of the age difference between the 3?
Kristen was the oldest. Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And Paul's 3 years younger than Johnny? 4.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband, Steve.
And do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
Now, excuse me. At some point, did their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet, or
Just Kaylee.
just Kaylee? So fair to say she was relatively young at that point.
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was that you learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
And at some point subsequent to that, she passed. Is that correct?
Correct. 6 months later,
Sometime in fall, November 2013.
November 11th, 2013.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of the plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Kaylee?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve
So sad.
kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you called him Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids?
Oh, we're going to go to Johnny now.
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was out on, he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of became the plan, or what happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
Correct.
And pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did that?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids, sort of assumed that role?
Maybe 4 years, 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with the kids, Kaylee and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick and Kaylee?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did he have during that period? And before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you deem or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1, 2 years, I guess, as a start. 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of the kids, how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships with?
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, you know, where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Is Amy the girlfriend that wrote the hit piece? Anybody know?
Yes,
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Reed.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person, you knew Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
So just for clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
And I just asked the record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as over the course of, well, when was the first time that you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused a sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Miss Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something like that.
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
Oh,
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed or how often, things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself, and Thursdays she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
And when you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to their relationship, What, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship, you know, the stuff everyone goes through.
If I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful. And, you know, two people with kids in life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame,
Big sigh from Lally. Hold on, I'm stopping for a second. I know to some people it's annoying, but they made this out like in her witness statement, like this was going to be something. Like they were fighting all the time because they had kids and he didn't like the way that she was raising the kids. And she's just saying this was normal everyday stuff. This was normal everyday stuff that everybody goes through.
Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you, like what town were you working in at that point?
At that time, I was working in Brighton.
So fair to say relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis?
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say I'm hey and driving, and or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
And was that something, how often would you do that?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that something that you communicated to her, or she communicated to you in any way?
Friendly. Interesting choice of words.
And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
Wow.
Now, Mrs. O'Keefe, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022.
Hope they would stay friends if they ever broke up or if he died. Didn't say that, but.
Actually, first, let me bring it back a little bit further. So New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Don't go there, dude.
Where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year's?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our two girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed, and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba at that time?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
And as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
yeah.
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
Okay.
And do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time?
Correct.
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba around the time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or
asked and answered
connect with Miss Reed? And
didn't you already say no?
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed the defendant?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Ms. Reed?
That, yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean it's sort of the two groups of families, did you?
That's the big smoking gun, folks. I'm going to take that back a few seconds so that we can hear her say that again. This is why he called her, because she's already given a statement about this, and so she has to stick to her testimony, but she doesn't seem to think that it's a real big deal. And she talked to Karen every day, it seems like, on the phone while she was driving in her car. They were friends. Maybe they still are. I don't know if they're friends now, but they were friends. And they talked on the phone a lot. And this is the smoking gun. This is going to be the motive for the murder. Listen up.
Laura's sister in the lobby. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
She caught Johnny's sister kissing Johnny in the lobby of the hotel. It's on text. That's why she has to testify for it, because they have a receipt. So she's explaining the text message. Got it.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean it's sort of the two groups of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Do you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
I responded and said, like, kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but I had missed the next text. She said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct. All right, Mr. Lally, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant and John O'Keefe.
That's the limiting instruction we've been waiting for. Okay. I'm going to just repeat what you just said. So she is telling the jury that they cannot use this testimony to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That is that John actually did kiss this woman in the lobby, but they can consider it on the defendant's state of mind and the nature of the relationship. And keep in mind that this was on New Year's Eve, December 31st. And that Officer John O'Keefe's date of death was January 29th of 2022. So that is over 3 weeks later. Okay. And I think she's going to say they never talked about it again. But if she talked to Karen all the time, I submit to you, why wouldn't Karen have been complaining about it for a long time? I don't know. It seems to me like that's what she's going to say. Let's see.
Now, between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that Canton house?
No, our older daughter tested positive and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter.
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th into January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Okay.
Correct.
So everyone knew a
Now-
storm was coming.
On that date of January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No.
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus. Is that right?
Mhm. Correct.
Wait, what was the date of this? I'm just taking it back.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day? Date of January 28th.
Okay, January 28th. This is the night before Officer O'Keefe's murder. The night that they went to the waterfall and the CF McCarthy's and then 34 Fairview. This is the morning. And this is going to be the mind-blowing motive. Here we go.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus, asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No.
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus. Is that right?
Mhm. Correct.
And at that time in January 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for?
The younger daughter. It was after 3:00.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to it?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this, with regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league? Is that correct?
Town league.
Town. And did all of you, and by all, I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described. What, if any, further conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
I asked her if everything was okay, if something was up. And she responded and said, just another day. I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning.
There it
before
is.
school.
And
Bickered about the Dunkin' Donuts.
you mean
Just another day she wished she hadn't spoken with an O'Keefe since 2004. And the argument was about taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts that morning. I think she even bought her a nice coffee.
Johnny O'Keefe and Karen.
Correct.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type of, I don't know if it was an argument or
Oh,
there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
minimizing it from argument to bickering, and he said she spoiled them. Oh, silence. Pin drop.
Now, as far as
Crickets.
your conversation with Ms. Reed in regard to the weekends, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture of something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Loves those kids.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day, the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow is coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations about
Really?
what the weather?
We're going to use her as a weather witness now?
I noted that while we were still up watching television that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to
Ooh.
the deck.
Okay.
You know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
Starting to stick.
And this is at your house in West Bridgeport?
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th, and if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband Paul did?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
All right. I'm going to take that back. He's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. Hold on a second now. This is very sad. Yes, this is very sad. So get your tissues ready.
With his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And
That's
after
right.
that phone call, what is it that
They found Johnny in the snow. Not that Johnny was hit by a car and left to die, that he was found in the snow. That's what they were told, contemporaneous with the event.
your husband Paul did?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
Do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
Senior. And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe? Is that
Correct.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they going?
They were going to the hospital and Kerry Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some point, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, you just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time he was leaving?
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, "Where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay?" And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, "Karen, what the hell is going on?" And she just yelled back in the phone, "John's dead." And Kerry Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said, "No, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him." And I didn't know what was going on.
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Kerry's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen. And then Kerry was going to pick up my in-laws.
Waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen because we're going to see from Officer Good, his body cam footage at 6:30 a.m. He's going to say, "I'm going to section her." Section her meaning put her in an ambulance and involuntarily send her to the hospital on a psych hold. I'm going to take that back a few seconds.
They were in Kerry's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen. And then Kerry was going to pick up my in-laws.
Silence, crickets.
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next turn as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I spoke to Kerry in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself. So I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything that Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you get further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
And at some point, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was, I don't recall the exact time, but Kerry had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they've been called in by the doctor?
Objection. All right, sustained.
Hold on, I want to take that back because I didn't hear the question.
By the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they've been called in by the doctor?
And what, if anything, did you learn once they had been called in by the doctors? Objection sustained.
Objection.
All right, sustained.
At some point later on in that day, did you have further conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I did.
And you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I called her.
She was concerned about Karen.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad and they were driving to Dighton.
And what, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
How does that help them? What? Bombshell, more crickets. She had a conversation with Karen around 1 p.m. when Karen was in the car going back to Dighton. Someone else was driving Karen back to Dighton where her parents live. What was your conversation? And Erin O'Keefe, the wife of John's brother, Paul, just testified when she asked her what the hell happened last night. They went out. She dropped him at a party. She didn't feel like going, and she went home. Rochella, truth prevails. And now you will hear crickets.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping Johnny off?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
And by Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts?
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
Is it possible?
I'm going to rewind it and repeat his question to you so you can hear it, because we can't hear it. I mean, a New York attorney. Somebody asked what state I practice in. New York. Oops. Hang on.
And by Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts?
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
What, if anything, did she say after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
Is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Oh. She's going to be like, show me my statement. Because I don't.
Without getting into that.
I don't remember.
Just as far as beyond sort of what happened. What, if anything else, did the defendant say to you as far as
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which I struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated. But it just struck me as something odd.
Now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point?
Oh, he had to repeat it for
She said that-
emphasis because it's the only thing he's got so far. In addition to saying I had to remember the bad times. I don't know, maybe because she said she was probably medicated. And maybe, I don't know, I'm just thinking aloud here, but in her mind, that's the only way that she can get past the fact that the love of her life is now dead, is to think about the bad times and make it easier for her to get over her grief. I don't know. Listen to that again.
But I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated. But it just struck me as something.
You, as far as
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated. But it just struck me as something odd.
now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation and that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, you're going to need more than a moment. Rochelle says maybe she was thinking about the bad times, feeling sorry that they happened. That's a great point. Starflower, when someone dies after an argument, it's hard to get that out of your mind. I think she said, somebody said she.
Just one last question, ma'am. So, in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
No
All right,
questions.
Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set. Thank you.
No questions for this witness either. Okay, we're not hearing any cross.
Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Saraf to the stand.
Oh, Saraf. I've been calling him Saraf all along. Guess it's Saraf.
You can sit or stand, whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
Just ask that you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Saraf, Saraf, Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
About 27 years.
Now, were you working with the Canton Police Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Midnight to 8 a.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to, and where specifically were you dispatched to?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes.
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you would typically
Yes.
patrol?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something else?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
The lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does?
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that park.
Yes, people. Yes, my friends. I did skip the swearing in. I was trying to catch up to real time. They did swear him in. No worries. Don't worry.
Come on.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of impending coming?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And there was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was it light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
And the time that, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview?
It's pretty close, so a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you have been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what, if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes, yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from, you mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in
So
Canton?
the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street I went to Fairview Road.
And when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
It's a right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle as you were taking that turn?
Nothing that I recall.
And
Does he want him to say that his vehicle slid in the snow? He doesn't remember it. That was a nothing question.
that particular, coming from the Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest?
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
Decent size.
Now, as you are driving down Fairview, what, if anything, I mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
But what, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving?
It's Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
It's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the rear seat of the cruiser.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside of the cruiser? Where is it located
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay. So you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points?
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned there was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes,
so you could see the 3 women, and you could see a person on the ground.
that's correct.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the 3 females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those 3 people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
My thoughts? My thoughts are he wants to get the hell off that stand. He's starting to answer his question before Lally's even finished. He wants out. It is so interesting to me that we have heard about these people and we have gone through their statements and we have read about them in so many court documents and so many motions and talked about their testimony that we learned from the court papers in front of the state grand jury and in some cases in front of the federal grand jury. And you have such a different impression in your head of how they're going to testify. And we read the statements and you have an impression in your head of what kind of witness they are going to make. And he's not what I thought he would be. He wants to get off that stand. You tell me what you think.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person a drug user? He's have an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back just for a second there. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck, his carotid.
Sort of his carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you made contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And how was he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was lying on his back.
And as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse, what, if anything, did you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
I didn't really.
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so how much snow was in and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first observed?
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of them, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was
Light dusting, light dusting. There was a light dusting on top of him.
dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr.
Let's take that back, please. Please. I'm asking myself to please do that. Did he say there's 6 inches in the ground, but there's only a light dusting of snow on top of him? I need to hear that again. I missed the 6 inches part.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, if you're standing in front of the house on the street facing the house, which side of the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things did you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
Okay, that's not.
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
It was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold? Obviously, January, it's snowing out. It was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
He's not a weatherman.
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know.
Yeah, because it had to be. It was snowing.
Cold.
So you pull up in that area with the 3 females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up. Basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
Was straight ahead.
Straight ahead. Okay. And
a little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where 3 females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, with regard to the 3 females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that have dispatched to this scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mullaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at, like, within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
So you're first to arrive on scene, and then Mullaney comes a couple of minutes later?
Yes.
And about how long was it between when Officer Mullaney arrives and when the fire department arrives?
Couple minutes. I don't.
And at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department.
That is correct.
Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
So to your recollection, it was at least an ambulance and an engine.
Yeah, yes.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station, 234 Fairview, what, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
As far as the time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what if any sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from church parking lot to 34 Fairview?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
He had to repeat the blizzard. Notice that?
So you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happens?
The FD, the fire department, came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
That's correct.
Notice how Lally repeats everything he thinks is good for him. I don't think that's good for him. If he'd been out in the cold since 12:45 a.m.
Department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And person you identified as Ms. Reed, firstly, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of
See, they got the table right there, black.
Want to just ask record reflect identification by the witness?
Yes.
Now, after the fire department arrived, when they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Reed and what she was doing or saying at that time?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical.
And
she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was said something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper, is it a scream, or is it something?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question, as far as is he dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Now, at some point, did you direct Ms. Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes, and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever.
He sounds almost like a kind man. He tried to get her out of the snow. He put her in the car. The most damning thing that she said to him is, "This is all my fault. I did this." Very hysterical, very hysterically. He said several times, "It's all my fault. I did this." And is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
The car you put her into.
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, With reference to Mr. O'Keefe, he's laying on his back on the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview Road?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off of the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn, is that correct?
That is
And where were
correct.
you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
He doesn't recall what the ground looked like when they lifted him up because his statement, all those statements says that there was no snow on the ground underneath him. So he doesn't recall what the ground looked like when they lifted up Officer John O'Keefe. Thoughts?
Now, that area around where Mr. O'Keefe was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. If anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
He just
I
said he was-
noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Is his head closer to the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet in the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to
Basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house, what if any footprints or what if any disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Yeah, no one from the house came out. Got it. See any tire tracks in the snow, Officer Saraf?
Now, Officer Saraf, about
Saraf?
how long was it that you were on scene?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Miss Reed, Miss McCabe, and Miss Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked, where were they? What happened? And what were they doing?
And who
What were they
specifically
doing?
Who did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Miss Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Miss McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Miss
Oh,
Reed.
Wait,
You asked
he doesn't
what
want him to
happened, and
testify
you
about,
indicated she didn't
hold
remember.
on. He doesn't want him to testify about what Ms. McCabe said. He's cut him off immediately. Did you catch that?
Tell you much. What,
No,
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
she was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Miss McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Miss McCabe or Miss Roberts without reference to what they told you?
Oh, he wants to know. Okay, so he's like, did you speak to them? I don't know what they told you, but did you speak to them? Okay, interesting.
No, I mean,
Let me rephrase.
rephrase it. Yeah,
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss McCabe?
yes,
And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss Roberts?
I didn't speak with Miss Roberts. I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Miss Roberts on scene? You know.
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mulaney was.
It's one of the other two officers who were there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Lank, Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
It was light out, so I want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour, hour and a half. Is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what, if any, change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing, but
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
that's correct.
The wind, was that still persistent as well?
I would say yes.
Now, at some point after Ms. Reed, the defendant, left the scene, did she come back?
She did.
And do you know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left and when she came back?
Just a few minutes.
And do you know why she came back?
I don't know.
And
Because they wanted to
when
section
she
her.
returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No,
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking with?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Miss Reed to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
Crickets. We should make a cricket emoji.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
If there's any other emojis you want, put them in the chat. So far, I'm looking at Duncan, salad, crickets. Maybe Jiminy Cricket would be a good one. Looking through the papers. Looking through the papers.
Okay, could we dim them, please?
Guess he's gonna show something on the screen. How to turn off the
Gentlemen,
lights.
if I could have exhibit number 8 up on the screen.
Get out the microfiche.
Thank you very much. Now, Officer Saraf, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
it's the house 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed roughly when you arrived on that date?
Objection. Objection. Unless he took that photograph. Objection.
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Direct your attention to this. This is just a waiver point.
Yep.
Try not to point it in anybody's eyes. So basically, this button here, if you just click on that,
Mhm.
that will shine wherever you want. Okay. So from this photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when you first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay, so further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Whittle the cross on this photo.
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. If you could, please enlarge, thank you. Now, Officer Saraf, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
It's a street.
That's, Fair enough.
Yeah, he has no idea what that photo is. That's it. Take it down. He doesn't know. He can't identify it. The photo goes away. Bye-bye. Sorry if I'm yelling. Move the mic away from myself. That's it. He can't identify the photograph. Take it down.
Before you as Exhibit 13, is that what's up on the screen?
No foundation.
Yes, this is.
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looks
No,
like?
he
around
just
the
said he
time
doesn't know.
We're dispatched and arrived on scene.
Yes,
Absent the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
that is correct.
So this is sometime after when the sun has come up.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one soon. And again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Interesting. I'm not going to do it now, but you notice in between every exhibit that comes up is the list of exhibits by number. So if you want to go back later and freeze on it, you can, because their tech guy is putting that up in between every photo that he's putting up.
Yes.
And you were testifying earlier about
I didn't hear the question. I'm going back.
and again, officer, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 14?
Yes.
And you were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking about?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Wonder if they took any impressions of those footprints.
So now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 18.
There we go again. There it is again. There's the list.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. If you could enlarge that just a little bit. Thank you so much. Now, from this photograph, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in exhibit 18 on the screen here?
Yes.
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
And in regard to, you had mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the left side of the property, you're facing the property from the street, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to first those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're.
Oh,
directing,
sorry.
if you could just describe what you're.
So there's the flagpole right there. There's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first got it?
It's right in this area right here.
Did they take no photos of the body on the ground?
If I could turn,
They took no photos of the body on the ground. Okay, this is the investigation of a dead Boston police officer, but they took no photos of his body on the ground. Let that sink in, unless they did, and they're going to show them to us. But why are they having him point with the little laser pointer as to where the body was if they don't have an actual photograph of the body on the ground? Are you kidding me right now? They took no photos before the body was moved? Am I out of my rocker, guys? My Peter, Scott, retired law enforcement in the chat? No photos of the body on the ground. Okay.
back just a moment. When you indicated that you were coming up to the scene and you could see the three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you directed as far as you're driving a vehicle? Are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window?
What are we looking at?
Both, or
I was looking for the house,
Did the lights go
the
off?
house
Oh, they're off.
numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and there was, I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
and that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side?
Hey, Solomon's Landscaping. All right, wait, I'm pausing this for a second because I'm finding this really hard to believe. Solomon says, definitely didn't take photos of his body on the ground, but they argue they're going to say it's because they're trying to save him. Meanwhile, he's already testified, didn't he, that he felt his body, he felt his carotid, no pulse, and his body was cold to the touch. and nobody had a phone in their pocket that they could take photos with. But apparently they did take iPhone photos, and someone said they disappeared. Wonder if that phone was destroyed too. Proctor lost the phone that he took pictures of the crime scene, but he wasn't there when the body was taken away. So there were a number of officers on the scene. He just testified, Saraf, that, or I can't forget how they're pronouncing it. Sergeant Good and Sergeant Mullaney came, and then Officer Good, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Detective Lank, and Sergeant Gallagher may have all been there before while the body was still there. Crime scene photo camera is missing. Oh, explain that to the jury.
I saw the vehicle.
What vehicle? Hold on, sorry. I'm not apologizing anymore.
What did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side?
I saw the vehicle.
May I approach this to retrieve your own?
Yes.
Do you want this?
So, Officer Saraf, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit the cruiser camera stream 1 from cruiser 683.
Or is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, this will be the dash cam footage of his car.
I'm sorry, I can reach across. I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Officer, but if I could ask the lights again. Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as Exhibit 25. And if you could just pause it right there, Ms. Gilman. Okay, so Officer Saraf, what's up on the screen? Is that what you recall as far as the sort of visibility and the roadway conditions when you first left the church parking lot?
Yes.
And this is you sort of leaving from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed that the vehicle is going, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointed at?
Sorry. Whoops, sorry.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that particular video, there's an indication as far as mic, brakes, lights, sign, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the depiction there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that that you're aware of?
I don't know.
And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as sort of the top middle of this video, there's a date and a time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's accurate to when this occurred, correct?
6:06 a.m.
Sort of looking in real time, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run from this. Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could stop with this briefly. So Officer Saraf, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
He's got to rehabilitate his testimony because he said, what if anything happened when your car went around the corner? And he said nothing that I recall. Interesting how you can't hear the windshield wiper noise. Unless there's...
So this right here is Chapman Street. This right
Thank you,
here is
Mindy.
Fairview.
Trigger warning.
Gentlemen, if you could just pause there for 1 second. So, officer, similar to as the turn onto Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you believe you sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
Right about now, I believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you.
I'm seeing wipers on delay. This doesn't look like a huge blizzard to me. It looks like rain on the window, but what do I know?
Right there.
You can see it in the headlights, actually. A lot of snow coming down. I retract.
Now, Officer Saraf, this is, you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of the parties off to your left as far as the 3 females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could, just using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
Trigger warning. Why did they turn off the audio? You could hear her screaming a second ago. Now they have no audio. It's Karen with the long hair. And is that Jen McCabe or Kerry with the hood on right here? And then there's somebody who's got a furry hood. Karen's hysterical. You can see, look at her body language. Hands to mouth. Okay, so remember, this is his Saraf's dash cam footage.
Sure.
Is he taking a phone call? His phone just rang? Is Marcy on the phone? What?
All right. Will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay, so jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you, those same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And just to remind you, tomorrow will be a half day. We'll go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock with the mid-morning break. So thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise, please.
Okay, tomorrow, 9 to 1.
Books and leave them on your chairs. First row, follow me, please.
Cameras off. We're coming back tomorrow at 9 a.m., my friends. Holy. Okay, Nick, so is anybody, I am not Officer Saraf. Let me take this down. Or Saraf, they call him. Holy. Wow. Sending light and love to Karen. Wow. Did they hear the audio in the courtroom? Because, yeah, Tommy, they're doing half days Tuesday, Thursday. It's their trial schedule. Tomorrow we will start with the cross of Officer Saraf. And this is wild. Thanks, Rebecca. Hearing this opening and watching McCabe body language as they sit right behind John's dad is surreal. Hollywood couldn't write a caper this twisted. God bless Karen Reed. Lake Life, thanks to the super chat. Mrs. O'Keefe mouth, no, oh, we did this already. We did that already. Let me see where we are. In here. Hi, Stephanie. Will the defense cross immediately after? Yeah, but it seems that we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see that. Casey, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. The judge seemed irritated before the break. Yep, she did. Katie said, thanks for super chat, Katie. I think Lally switched sides. And thanks for the super chat. The state police shared everyone's text messages on Turtle Boy's phone when he was arrested in October. State police, those texts were shared outside of the investigation. Illegal. Yeah, people were accusing me of doing that, by the way, on Twitter. That's what this whole hubbub is about. And for the record, I am not Haley Walbrecht, whoever that person is. Okay? I wonder if that stuff is still up on Twitter. Don't care. Don't want to know about it right now. I'll check later. And some of you will, I'm sure, send it to me. Joss Girl, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Yes, J.O. Mom also had a reaction about Proctor searching for neutered photos. Right, we looked at that. Alicia, thanks for becoming a member. And Kiana Marie, please show Mom's reaction. We did do that. Thank you so much for the super chat. We're in there. Sharing Sharon, did anyone tell Karen her light was broken then? That's when, I think, going all the way back to when we were in the driveway with the video. Mrs. Mojo Risen, thanks for super chat. Mom looks like she had a hand covering a little smile. I don't know. It's absolutely crazy. Irish, thanks for becoming a new member. And Kay, thanks for your super sticker. Enraged Bacon, if it's snowing that heavy at 6 a.m., then why no footprints? That's why no footprints from the house to the snow. And where are the tire tracks? I have questions. Were impressions taken of the footprints? Not that I'm aware of. Maybe they have them somewhere, but we haven't heard about them. We'll see. Katie, he doesn't remember if there was snow under him, but he says there's no footprints towards the house. Thanks, Katie, for your $10 super chat. And thanks, Karina, for being a member for 2 months and for saying the only YouTuber I pay to subscribe to. The best. Thank you for that. You guys, this is wild. This is wild. What did we learn? We learned we had an opening by Lally that was less than stellar, I think, to say the least. He really didn't add anything of value. We had a bombshell opening, in my opinion, by Yanetti, in which we found out that not only did Proctor search Karen's phone for nudes, but that he was angry that he couldn't find any nudes, and he told his high school friends that because there are text messages about that. As something falls off the table. Nope. We learned nope. I think there's a good emoji. This is wild. Let me go back all the way to my notes. The Aruba stuff came in. There was nothing there. Both Paul O'Keefe and Erin O'Keefe, in my opinion, were very helpful witnesses to the defense. They did not say anything horrible about Karen. They gave absolutely no motive to Karen, for Karen to want to murder him. Brian Albert did nothing, said Mr. Yanetti, even though all of this activity was going on right outside his bedroom window. He's a trained first responder. He did nothing. Called it astounding at one point. Kevin Albert, they said, Yanetti said, who was a Canton police officer at the time, and the brother of the homeowner, Brian Albert, was constantly updated about this investigation during the course of the investigation. Karen Reed was an inconvenient outsider, or a convenient outsider, most definitely not from Canton. In addition, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case with the Massachusetts State Police, who had close ties to the Albert family, was texting his high school buddies that he wished that Karen Reed would kill herself. He went through her phone looking for nudes, and he was annoyed when he couldn't find any nudes. And we looked at Mrs. O'Keefe's reaction many, many times. At the end of or near the end of Yanetti's opening, he said nope again for a second time. And it looked like Mrs. O'Keefe was mouthing nope at the same time. We looked at it several times. He also stated in his opening that a car did not hit Officer O'Keefe, and Officer O'Keefe was not hit by a car. They are going to have a world-renowned medical examiner testify that the marks on Officer O'Keefe's arm were caused by an animal attack. A dog. We heard him say it. He also said there are no torso injuries to Officer O'Keefe, no injuries to his legs and hips. And the person who's going to testify about this is a world-renowned expert. There's also going to be testimony that the dog, Chloe, was not good around people, and that Chloe was rehomed after the state grand jury testimony was given. Chloe was gone. He also said that we're going to hear evidence that Karen and John were making long-term plans to go on a vacation together. And what couple that is about to break up is making long-term vacation plans? First witness was the brother of police officer John O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe. In my opinion, he looked very uncomfortable to be there. He gave the defense nothing, in my opinion. He explained to us, and he got very emotional, that his sister, Kristen, died in 2013 after she was diagnosed with glioblastoma. And I believe he said something like it was 5 months between her diagnosis and death. And then 2 months later, Kristen's husband died, and John took over responsibility for their 2 children. And that was 8 years prior to John's death. He was asked about arguments between John and Karen. He said that they were hard to recall. He doesn't really recall any arguments. He was asked a little bit about Aruba, but there was nothing there. Apparently, Paul and his wife were in Aruba at the same time on New Year's Eve that Karen and John were on the Aruba trip, but they were on the other side of the island, so they never met up. They were on a trip, he said, with the John's godson's parents, the Sullivans. Not a whole lot there, you guys. He talked about when he went to the hospital, and he said that when he went into the room to see John in the ER, that Karen was there, that she was being restrained, that she screamed out several times, "Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?" That she was being restrained. He said that when he saw his brother lying in the hospital bed, he described him as pretty banged up. His eyes had swelled up like golf balls. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. I'm sorry, like ping pong balls, not golf balls, ping pong balls. He said he had markings on his arm. He did not look at his torso at all because it was covered. He was in there for about 20 minutes and he heard Karen screaming, "Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?" Paul then went to the hospital, from the hospital to One Meadows. He said he held Karen in very high regard, that she was a good influence on the kids. I carry my own notes on the next one. Karen came to the house. She was there for about 20 to 30 minutes. She went upstairs with her father for about 10 to 15 minutes and came down with a bag of stuff. We watched a whole bunch of Ring camera footage from the driveway, which, if you can tell me what they were trying to show by all of that Ring camera footage of the driveway and the cars moving around and him snowblowing the driveway, please let me know. Right, exactly, Copa. I can't get past them using his brother to enter Ring videos of what he thinks is him removing snow. Very odd. I don't know. What's that supposed to show. Me, Mary D says, Lally had told us he was going to say he looks like he was hit by a car. He did not. After that, Paul O'Keefe's wife, Erin O'Keefe, testified, and she did not want to be there. She was very upset. She said that she knew in the time that she knew John, or after, she's been with Paul since college, and that she knew of two long-term relationships that John O'Keefe was in, Amy and Karen. She liked Karen a lot. They were really good friends. That Karen was staying home with the kids during COVID, but she would leave the house sometimes to go to her own house to, get a break. She had a house in Mansfield that she bought on Mondays and Thursdays to get a break, or she had conferences or something on Thursdays, but she needed on Monday. She went to regroup for a time. She talked to her on the phone all the time when she was on her way home from work. And she was asked about New Year's Eve in Aruba. Judge gave a limiting instruction that whatever Erin testified to was not going to be allowed to be considered as the truth of the matter asserted, but only as to the defendant's state of mind and nature of the relationship. She testified that Paul had to stay in Aruba with one of their children who tested positive for COVID, and that on the morning of the 28th, they never met up while they were in Aruba, by the way. Any arguments, she said, were just normal stuff that everybody goes through. I think there was some testimony about, where are my notes on that? That on New Year's Eve, there was maybe a text message from Karen that John had kissed one of the girls in the lobby. Was that during Erin's testimony? Because I didn't write that down. On the 28th of January, which was the morning before Officer O'Keefe's body was found, Erin testified that Karen texted Erin, "Are you alone without Paul?" sometime after 3 p.m. And she texted her, "Just another day I wish I hadn't spoke with an O'Keefe since 2004. She said that they had some bickering that morning. She actually minimized it from argument to bickering. And later in the day, she sent her a picture of the kids that came up in her memories. And Karen said, along with that picture, "This really made me smile today." She also testified that the next morning, it was snowing heavy when her husband went to the hospital, that he got a phone call. And Karen said, "He's dead." But Carrie Roberts grabbed the phone away from Karen and said, "No, he's not." That she spoke with Karen that day around 1 p.m. Erin called her to check on her because she wanted to know if anyone had checked on Karen. And Karen was in the car driving to Dighton. And Erin asked her what the hell happened last night. And she said that they were out, that she dropped him off at 34 Fairview. She didn't want to go in. And that the next morning she went to look for him, but the roads were bad. So she went back home and she called Jen. And that she made an odd statement, or something that Erin said was an odd statement. Karen said, I had to remember the bad times. And Erin said she was probably medicated. And I thought it was odd. And then we had Officer Saraf come in from the Canton PD. He was the first on the scene. He's been with Canton PD for 27 years. And he really did not have a lot to add. The first thing he asked when he got to the scene, he wanted to know if John was a drug user. He said he checked for his pulse on his carotid, on his neck. He said there was no pulse and he was cold to the touch. That Officer O'Keefe was lying on his back when the body was found. He said that there was 6 inches of snow on the ground, but a light dusting on top of the body. When asked how cold it was, he said, I don't know. It must have been less than 32 degrees. Said Karen was giving John CPR when he arrived on the scene. He was the first one there. We watched some dash cam video, which didn't really show much. We could hear Karen screaming in the beginning of it, but it sounded like they turned off the audio for us and left it on for the courtroom. He did mention the fire department came and that he saw blood on John O'Keefe's face, but it was wiped away. He heard Karen say, "This is all my fault. I did this." And she was very hysterical. And she kept repeating, "Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?" He noticed no footprints coming from the residence to the body, but he did notice footprints around the body. His head was closest to the street, and that he remained on scene for about an hour to an hour and a half. He didn't speak with Karen, he said, because she was very, very upset. He did speak with Jen McCabe, and he did not speak with Carrie Roberts. He also testified additional officers on the scene were Sergeant Good, Sergeant Officer Mullaney, and Detective Lank and Sergeant Gallagher showed up after them. He did say that Karen left the scene and returned back to the scene a few minutes later after she left, and then she was taken away by ambulance. He doesn't remember where she was taken. We can surmise there were no photos of the body on the ground because they showed a body of the front lawn. I mean, they showed a photo of the front lawn with no body on it. Head closest to the house. Said was closest to the house. What did I say? Closest to the street. Did I misspeak? Are my notes wrong? Head closest to, all right. Head closest to the house. Okay. And we saw some video of his dash cam, which showed Karen hysterical and the other 2 women sort of just walking around. What are you saying? Vinny is what now? Vinny's out with protesters? Tell me if you think this was a big fail for the prosecution today, my friends. If this was a big fail for Lally and the Commonwealth. Katie, he doesn't remember if there was snow under him, but he says there's no footprints towards the house. Yep. Thanks for the super chat. Karina, thanks. The only YouTuber I subscribe to, the best. Thank you so much. Solomon, thank you for your super chat. Shocked with what we've seen thus far. They charged Karen with second-degree murder. Are we in an alternate universe right now? Thank you, Kim, for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Desert Cat, thank you. Very interesting how Karen said, Erin said something like how part of the relationship stuff with Karen and John was caused by the O'Keefe parents coming over. Who doesn't have a problem with? And also Paul said because Karen, I think it was Paul, spoiled the kids too much and bought the niece Dunkin' Donuts in the morning. One of them said that. There was an argument about that, the Dunkin' Donuts, iced coffee in the morning. Thank you, Deja Vu Crime Crew, for becoming a member. There have been, to me, this was a win for the defense today. The defense did not cross-examine either one of the O'Keefes, did not cross-examine Paul O'Keefe or Erin O'Keefe. They will have a cross-examination tomorrow starting at 9 of Officer Saraf, and I will be here with you. And thank you, Kimberly, so much for your Venmo. I appreciate you so much and your kind words. And Anne, thank you so much. She says, thanks for sharing your extensive knowledge, humor, and explanation of this complicated case. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mary, for your donation. And Carla, thank you so much. And she says, thank you for your research time. Thank you, Carla. That was very, very generous of you. You guys, I think this was a big W for the defense today. And feel free to correct me if you think I'm wrong. I mean, if there's anybody in this chat who thinks that I am wrong and that the prosecution gets the W for today, please let me know. Thank you, Jason. Been here all day. You're awesome. You guys are awesome. I'm not seeing it. We've been here for 7 hours, my friends. And so we're going to wrap, but we're going to see you back. I'll schedule it for later on. Maybe we'll come in a little bit early, 8:45 or so tomorrow, Eastern time. It's only a half day tomorrow. So they're only going to be testimony from 9 to 1. Christy is with me. She's with me. Dave Bass, if I could, speak French, I would be happy to pronounce that. But I'm not going to embarrass myself by speaking in French. But I think what he's saying was a disaster for the prosecution. That's my translation. Thank you for being logical, Melanie. Snowcat Tish, it's been a very lonely island out here. To my moderators, you guys are freaking amazing. You hung out with me all day. Team Brittany, Peter and Rochelle Pranzo, the Scots, both Scots, Patronus Glow, Little Cupcake. All you guys, really awesome. Keeping the chat classy. I don't know how hard it was today. Let me know. Text me and let me know. This is wild. This is crazy. And you got to go back and watch it. Mic drop. I mean, there were some mic drops there. Go back and watch Yanetti's opening again. We watched it again during the lunch break. Oh, Julie Grant said what? Oh, they're saving the bombs for later. Okay. Can't wait. I don't know. I heard the bombs in the defense opening, but okay. I mean, I can't imagine what the bombs are going to be after today was a huge fail, in my opinion. What? If you guys would all hit the like button on your way out, it would really help the channel. I promise you, it really would. And also, my channel members, thank you so much for liking me enough to want to be a member of my channel. There's a lot of haters out there. Don't be one of them. Just, hit the like button on your way out. Say nice things. And as always, my replay viewers, I love you too. And remember, my friends, be cool, be kind, be classy. It is not hard. I promise you, it is so not hard. It will make your life better. I promise. Peace out, my friends. I'll see you in the morning. It's going to get crazy. Good night.